Hi everybody.
Hello.
We are live from the third round of the World Chess Team Championship from Antalya. We are in live broadcast. Hi Mihail, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Today we have again very interesting matches, but let's start if you want from the last day's summary, the second round summary. The results of the second round were just like that. Egypt was beaten by Armenia 3-1. USA was beaten by Russia. Has beaten Russia, sorry, 3-1. China was beaten by Ukraine by 1.5, 2.5. Azerbaijan has beaten Netherlands 3-1, and Germany has beaten Turkey, unfortunately, 3-1. Mihail, if you want, you can just say to us the pairings of today.
For today, after 2 rounds, we have 3 leaders, 3 teams that won all the matches. Ukraine, Azerbaijan and Germany. And actually Ukraine is playing Azerbaijan today. So maybe we will have a sole leader after this round. Though to talk about the leaders in close tournament, it's not always appropriate because, for example, Russia's having a tough start. You know, the first team they played, it was Armenia, it was a draw, and yesterday they lost to USA, and now they play China. So not an easy start for Russia, but it doesn't mean that they can't come back, right? If they can win all the matches. Well, not easily, but they are a very strong team. If they win all the matches, they win the championship. So we have the following. Ukraine is playing Azerbaijan, and we would be following the games of Ivanchuk playing white against Mamedov Rauf. And on second board, Safarli Eltash is playing Korobov Anton, who is a win-maker of Ukrainian national team, right? He won both of his games, and due to his efforts, Ukraine now is in the lead.
The hero of the first 2 rounds.
And Russia's playing China, so we would be closely following Kramnik Lichao game. And second board, Wang Yu Karyakin. Also we have very interesting match, Armenia versus United States. United States lost his first match, but then made a comeback by beating Russia. So they are...
It was a very good result for them.
So they are in very good spirit. They are ready to fight. So I would say the game of today is Aronian Nakamura. That's probably the top game of today. And we would be following second board Kamsky Movsesyan also. Turkey is playing Egypt. Turkey is playing Egypt, and we would also be following that match. We hope that Turkey will start earning some team points. Starting from today, they for sure deserve it. Sure. So, and we would follow the games of Ipatov Alexander Ezat Mohamed, and maybe second board Abdelrazik versus Dragan Solak. And the last pair of today is Netherlands versus Germany. Germany is the leader now. Won both of the matches, and they show very good results. So for now, even in the first round they had a problem. Arkady Naidich lost with white, so it was a strategic move to place him on the fourth board. Right, he is the strongest player in Germany, and he plays the first board, of course, for earning points. And even though he lost in the first game, they won the match anyway. And yesterday he won, so the strategy probably is working. So we would be following Giri Henkin Igor and Mayer Georg Luke Van Velle. And we can see that the games already started. So I guess we would start with...
let's start from Nakamura.
Aronian
Nakamura game. Which will be, I am sure, very interesting.
Okay, for now nothing interesting is going on the 3
Nakamura
moves.
has chosen
very solid Queen's Gambit.
Actually, probably he was expecting Catalan, but now he played
Bishop G5.
Aronian played Bishop G5.
Not a very
May I
common
ask
move
you a
order.
question? Lately, they started to play bishop g5
I'm
without
sorry to
playing knight
interrupt.
c3.
Yesterday we were duly noted that we are not introducing players well.
Yes.
So I would for a moment
okay,
focus on these extraordinary players. So White is Levon Aronian, strongest Armenian, second in the world after Magnus Carlsen, world champion right now. Very strong grandmasters for many years. He's in top 3, I think. In the world, he's definitely one of the favorites of upcoming candidate matches. And he beaten all the strongest chess players, so he is indeed, and his rating speaks for itself, 2,801. So only few people managed to get higher than 2,800, and Levon Aronian is one of them.
One of them, yes.
His opponent is Hikaru Nakamura, hero of yesterday. He beaten Vladimir Kramnik quite convincingly, in my opinion.
Ex-world champion,
yes.
number 3
so Hikaru Nakamura, 2786, strongest American grandmaster for many years now. He's always, well, if he plays in a tournament, he's always among the favorites. He's in top 5, top 10 chess players for many years, I think, and now I think he's in top 5. And the rating 2786 is also quite impressive. He's known for his love to King's Indian defense. You know, he beaten many strong grandmaster with that opening, but on high level, you have to have an option to play solid. That's why in recent years he started playing Queen's Gambit. I don't know how about Slough, but Queen's Gambit for sure, very solid. You know, all world Indian, yes, all world champions play Queen's Gambit for both sides because it's very solid opening, and we have a little.
Probably he was intending to play in that game. While you are speaking, I was looking at the position. He played bishop g5 without playing knight c3.
Yeah, that's.
I am thinking that he was intending to play Nakamura. Ragozin system against Ragozin defense against which is like Ragozin bishop b4 and with this move probably he is preventing it, don't you think so?
Bishop b4, and we have Ragozin variation indeed.
Can you still play to bishop g5 bishop b4 check?
That is a good question. That is, I guess, of course White can go back to Ragozin with knight c3, but now White has a decent option of playing knight bd2. And then after, you know, if knight goes to c3 in this position, then probably White will not play a3 in the future because it would force doubling pawns. Def, for example, castle, and if a3, definitely Black's gonna take on c3, right? That's why he developed the bishop like that. But after knight bd2, a3 is coming, and that might be something for White. And after a3, if Black takes on d2, White just gets 2 bishops almost for free. So probably that is the idea. But on the other hand, there is a problem. Now Black, I think, can go d takes c4. And for example, if White would have played knight c3 here, d takes c4, another crucial line here, e4 could be played. And this bishop stays on c1 for some time, or e3 is a move also to play, but the bishop is not on g5, and the knight definitely belongs on c3 in this position. And about the bishop, I'm still not sure. So that might be some tricks of move order with bishop g5, and we can see that Nakamura is thinking.
Well, actually, they've continued to play.
Oh yes, some moves were made. Bishop e7. Oh, so maybe he was not intending to do. Maybe this move order is a knight c3 we transpose to regular.
This one is the, as we know, the Lasker system.
Lasker system, very solid.
Which was used in the last, before the last World Championship.
Candidate matches.
By Anand against Topalov.
Yes, actually he won the last game
success,
with this variation.
So probably this will be a very solid game.
Solid position. Usually Black is, if White doesn't do any premature moves, Black is just playing for a draw in this line. But Topalov in the last game really needed a win because as he then, I think, confessed he was not expecting rapid chess. He considered himself a weaker player in rapid chess, so he really needed to use the white color, and so he pushed too hard and he lost.
Exactly.
So what do we have? What's the idea of this line is, well, usually the bishop on e7 is a good piece. But with this exchange variation, black changes two pair of pieces, and now he has enough space for the rest of them. So for now, the bishop on c8 is well, the only problem in black's position, I would say. But black can solve it in two different ways. Usually black takes on c4 sooner or later. Now I think knight c3 is definitely the main move. I think it will very soon follow. Knight c3.
You think now knight c3?
Yes, is the move? Yes, yeah, that is the theory. And well,
probably
f5 is an option, but rook takes c3. That's why white played rook c1 in this position. Yes, so
they already did. Yes,
they already did. Yeah, and
they are still following the theory.
Of course, of course. And now knight bd7, I think one of the main options. For example, knight d7, and the trick is here queen c2 is the strongest move, not castling, in my opinion. And the reason is if white castles, which seems like a very normal move, usually black wants to open up the center to exchange all the central pawns, and then he would equalize. But in this case, black doesn't need to take on c4. Black can go e5 straight away.
Yes, because
and the thing is,
e4.
white cannot. Well, ideally, white would want to get position like this. That would be advantage. But in this case, it doesn't work tactically. e4, and suddenly black is winning.
Yes.
So after e5, this is the option for white, and now I think after this, black equalizes almost immediately.
Yes.
So maybe some pressure on d file.
It's like the orthodox system, you know, f4. It's f4, f5. White used to play. It's in the classical orthodox system. You remember?
Yeah.
It's like this transformation.
Yeah, and
but I think without h6 or maybe with h6. What do you think?
I don't know about this Lasker system f4 with so few pieces.
There are this kind of.
But in my opinion, black is very close to equalizing. For example, now bishop e6 could follow, exchanging, just leaving only heavy pieces, very close to a draw. That is why I think queen c2 is a stronger move order, and now e5, there is no more e4, and white has time to recapture on d5 first, and then take on e5, and this is better for white, for example, after knight d4.
Yes, slightly better.
Slightly better, but for a very long time.
Yes.
So let's see what happened. Okay, Nakamura did not play knight d7.
He took
He's surprising his opponents. D takes c4. I was not aware of this.
Aronian took with the rook.
And Aronian took with the rook. I think he played it also quite quickly. So I don't know who is tricking whom. What is the idea of this d takes c4? Knight d7 was played, and now knight d7. Little bit strange to me, but they are top grandmasters.
Maybe it will just be transformed to
maybe.
You know, I don't know why he took first on d7, c4, but maybe he will play knight d7.
Maybe the idea is he forced the rook to go to c4 because if bishop.
Or also there is another possibility to play after knight d7, c5.
Oh no, that is. I think that is
not now. After taking c4. Rook takes c4, knight d7.
Ah, you mean...
he keeps the options open, you know, to play after knight d7 to play e5 or c5.
Yeah, maybe.
What do you think?
Maybe, but...
And then d6 and developing the bishop.
For me, a little bit strange move order, but these are, I don't know, definitely there is some background behind this move order. For example, I think here, after if knight d7, queen c2, here white takes with the bishop now. And that's might be the difference. And with this move, if white would have taken here, I think he would just go knight d7 and e5 and maybe equalizing. That's, I don't know. So these are the tricks of move orders.
Knight d7 was played
and white quickly castled.
So it's
Nakamura
e5 or c5 probably will be the move.
I'm not sure about c5 because he opened the c file for my rook. I can maybe just force you to take on d4 and then get
and
in on
play
c7.
b4.
Even maybe b4.
Uh-huh.
No, b4 you can, maybe even b4 and try to win the c7. Now it's either e5 or b6, bishop b7. And for now b6,
but b6 is not possible.
Not possible right now, so it seems that e5 seems to be the only option now.
Yeah.
At least the only reasonable option.
Uh,
Because the thing is, it's very easy to get in strategical trouble in this position. If black doesn't break through, if he does moves like, let's say rook d8, queen c2, some passive moves like that, that would be very bad for black.
Yes,
no counterplay, white has
yeah.
space advantage, bad bishop, etc.,
Yes.
etc., etc. So black does not have time for moves like that. So I think it's time to play e5, and I'm pretty sure that's what Nakamura is going to do.
Nakamura is
All right, he is thinking.
still thinking.
I think he is surprised.
By rook takes c4 probably.
Maybe.
And probably that's why he's thinking the difference between bishop
Or
takes
maybe
and
he's trying to remember, okay. I think we can leave him thinking.
Yes,
What do you
let's
say?
check the second board.
Second board. Khan scheme of Cézanne. Oh, it's a well-known theoretical position. Let's see what... Oh, I thought it was Nimzovich defense. Okay, Kamsky played knight f3, not bishop f4. Little surprise here. Oh, maybe bishop f4 is not really that good here because black didn't play d5 yet.
Yes.
And that bishop f1, f4 might be misplaced. So knight f3, d5, and now c4, knight c3. So he plays solidly. Rogozin, e3, castle, bishop d3, c5, and we transpose to Nimzovich defense.
Yes.
The main variation, castle, castle, c takes d, d takes c, and b6. Bishop g5, bishop b7, and rook c1. Yeah, so this is a well-known theoretical position. Black has two actually options in the nearest future. White's gonna play something like queen b3 or a3, pushing the bishop. And black either has to lose the tempo on bishop e7 or give two bishop advantage to white.
You're right.
And the thing is, if black takes on c3 and white takes with the b pawn, taking with rook also an option. The knight belongs on d7 in that position. But if with the isolated pawn, if black doesn't take on c3, the knight belongs on c6.
Also taking with the rook, you can transfer the rook on the
that's quite dangerous.
H file or G file.
That's quite
after
dangerous
playing
too.
knight e5.
Yeah.
This will be very dangerous for black.
Yeah. So I think Movsisyan's now choosing where to go with his knight, because if he goes to c6, for example, and after
knight c6, he has to deal with d5 probably.
Definitely.
d5 might be the.
But there is maybe knight a5. I think it's a theoretical
A5.
position. And bishop takes c3, bishop takes d5, so maybe it's not that scary.
Yes, that's not so.
So this is a well-known theoretical. So rook c1, I think, is quite a rare move. Rook e1 or knight e5 is more common. But there are so many options here for white. Any moves that comes to your head makes sense usually. So
yeah.
So actually, white has an easy draw after knight e5 in this position. Some forced line. I remember I played this for black a few times, but rook c1 is not the main move in this position. That's why
it's not the main move.
No, knight e5 or maybe queen e2. But I think at least this move, rook on c1 is very often it's coming to c1. But I believe that with this move order, it's not very common.
Yeah.
That's why Movsisyan is thinking he can play h6 and just try to ask the bishop what he's doing. He can play knight d7.
I don't see anything wrong with your move knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6. Yeah. Maybe the only upside I see that after assuming a3. So if you go back to e7, you lose the tempo compared to let's say Panov attack. Because the bishop comes to b7.
And also the knight now, where are you going to go?
Yeah, usually.
Normally, black wants to keep the control on d5.
Yeah,
with knight b4.
Usually
or
black
knight
goes rook
e7.
c8, stuff like, and now white has extra tempo with rook c1.
Yeah.
So bishop
So
e7
maybe
doesn't
knight
look good.
c6.
And if black takes, I think white can take now with this pawn. And this knight really belongs on d7 because now black cannot unpin.
You're right.
You know, if the knight was on d7, it would be not in the way of the c file. Rook c8, queen c7, normal moves.
But now maybe you can play knight a5 and
knight
try
a5, bishop d3.
to control the c4 square
But
with rook
I'm
c8.
Maybe rook c. But
But
I
knight
think
e5 is coming.
I think I will control it better. The problem
But
is
still this is difficult.
but
You know,
what
knight
this pin-
for example, there is queen d5 now.
queen d5.
I
yeah,
can
maybe.
probably solve this problem with this f3.
Well, that might be it. But now you cannot move your
Still,
knight. Bishop e4.
Bishop
is
e4
coming.
is the threat, yes.
And now I'm threatening to take on
But is
f6.
it a threat?
And then bishop e. The bishop is protected on b7. Okay. So maybe, yeah, maybe that is possible, but definitely black has to be very careful. Maybe I go to a2 here to prevent you from coming to. But now you have maybe this move,
Yeah.
and I don't have c4 because
Then
of
you are,
this,
yes.
and d4 pawns hanging. So maybe it works. It works tactically.
Maybe
but
he will take with rook maybe.
Maybe, but it's very easy to get in trouble. Maybe Maybe I will not play knight e5. Maybe I leave you. Okay, maybe queen e2.
Yeah.
How do you unpin? Maybe you just double the pawns, but that's a little bit risky.
Yeah, maybe he will just.
So these are the things Movsisyan, I think, is
you're right. Actually,
thinking
not
about.
so easy to decide.
Yeah, and he played knight b7.
He
So
played,
I think he's
so he
opting
couldn't
to
decide on this.
So I think
matters.
he's about to take.
Actually,
if he
you know,
retreats with the bishop on e7, that
Yeah.
would be a bad.
Actually, with this kind of decisions, it's so difficult to give this decision over the board
Yeah.
while you are playing.
Yeah.
Maybe before you just have to be prepared
yeah,
for
I think
this.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he's now about to take on c3 if white plays queen b3 or a3, and then the knight where it belongs.
In this kind of position, can you play knight e5, for example, now? Is it possible?
Maybe it makes a little bit more sense to play it here. To play here knight e5. And the idea, for example,
If
is
knight d7, you can take it.
I
now.
take on d7,
Yes,
and I think this is still a drawn position after d5. I remember some forced draws. But, well, would you play rook c1 here? I don't think so, right? You would do
of course.
something else. So, and knight e5 is probably one of the main moves. So, it makes sense knight e5, definitely. But I think he would
Maybe
he would
just play queen e2 and then rook d1.
or queen b3, forcing
or
the
maybe
exchange.
queen b3. Queen b3.
Actually,
but then f3 is hanging.
They have 3 knights.
Queen b3, maybe.
I know, but your bishop is hanging.
Yes,
too.
maybe but you are going to take with the
I'm
rook
gonna
and
take
then.
with the rook. Yeah, I actually lost a game to Korobov Anton.
With
in
this
line. Yeah,
knight?
he beat me very.
With black
very-
pieces?
I was black. I was
You were black.
in big trouble here. All right, I think we can leave Kamsky thinking.
Okay, sure.
So the position is full of life.
Yes, sure.
So a lot of interesting things could happen here. So let's go to match Egypt-Turkey.
Okay.
Okay, Alexander Ripatov, Azat Mohammed. King's Indian, bishop d3. Bishop d3, castle and knight ge2. c5, d5, and we get modern Benoni. e6, bishop g5. Bishop g5. Okay. Bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, takes, knight b d7, castle. Oh, I think black is already in trouble.
Really?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Knight takes d3 forced, probably.
Of course. Well, knight g4
But
could be
knight
considered,
g4
but doesn't look good. There is no bishop d4 check in any
after
variation,
queen
so
d2 or
it just
rook
doesn't
f3,
work,
I don't know which one, but
Yeah,
he took it. Okay.
of course he took.
He
Takes,
took.
takes,
But now the threat is e5.
just e5 is gone. Or f5.
f5.
f5 is actually...
You f5 after g5.
Bishop
Still
g3.
playable. I wouldn't play f5.
No, f5 is very, very common. Oh, or e5
Or
and
maybe-
f. Ah, no, in this case it doesn't work. If there was a white squared bishop on d3 still available, then e5, d takes e5, and f5 is very often a good idea. But in this case, I think just e5 is coming. And
But rook e8 now. Can you play? Can you still play e5?
maybe not
e8.
right now,
Or queen c7?
or maybe
queen
right
c7,
now.
maybe
once-
knight b5. Huh?
No, the problem is if you take first of all, Ipato did not spend a minute,
So he
it's,
prepared this line.
Well, maybe f4 he played over the board. That's my assumption. And that is Mohammed has already spent more than 10 minutes. And just take a look at the position. Usually, black is trying to push b5 here,
Yeah.
but they are not even close.
You're right.
And white is already threatening to win with e5.
You're right.
Black
So
is in
where
big
did he
trouble.
go wrong?
That's a good question.
Yeah, probably on the knight e5 move. Looks like a little bit premature. huh?
Okay, so very often black, it's very hard to push b5. So for example, it's not enough to play a6 and rook b8 because white just
Also,
plays
this,
a4.
this bishop h4 move, you know, normally black usually tries to chase this bishop.
Yeah. Oh yes, that is what I would
g5 and
do.
knight h5.
That is what I would do. Well,
Yeah.
I won against Alexander Ipatov with Benoni, very
with
similar
this
line.
you
With-
know, you have to chase this bishop, as far as I remember, knight h5.
I totally agree.
Yeah,
That is-
but probably he has some preparation against
Of
this
course.
move with h4 or whatever.
Or,
I don't know.
I think
I don't
even-
know what is the move here, but
I think even
maybe
e5 could be
might be
considered.
h4 or what e5?
E5 might be considered.
Interesting, e5. Yes, maybe.
Just try to open that bishop. I don't know. I'm not sure about this position being.
But this
This
is
should
how
be a
it
theoretical
should be
position.
like this. You know, the move order. I mean, if he wants to play it normally like this. Otherwise, this bishop on h4 is very strong.
Yeah, I agree.
After playing f4,
F4,
you cannot get
get
rid
rid
of
of
this
it.
bishop
Yeah.
and this pin.
Yeah,
and
that
you
is
will-
what I would do with black.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And then maybe knight takes on g3 if forced, and then the knight goes to
He played rook e8.
play rook e8. But I think black is in trouble here, if not lost right away. Yeah, okay, maybe e5 for the moment is not an option, but definitely black is facing serious problems here. He's not in time, well, he's facing big problems pushing b5. The spin is very annoying. All on each move, black has to calculate e5 and f5. I don't know, king h1, normal move here, I would say. Rook a
King
to
H1?
rook a to e1, consolidate. A4, maybe just so that you wouldn't even think about playing b5. Maybe do something about this knight on e2. Maybe jump to g3, or well, actually this knight on e2 is very often misplaced in this sort of positions. The good way for him is after white plays e5
Maybe
and then
bishop
plays
f5.
f5, he goes to e4. That I think the only good. This knight, take a look. This knight really belongs on f3.
Yeah,
if we
right.
put it on
Yeah,
f3,
right.
game over, right?
Right, you're right.
So maybe king h1 and knight g1.
Knight G1.
Even
This
that
is
could be.
interesting.
Even
This
that
will
could be an option.
Yes.
But white also have to be very careful not to miss any counterplay for black.
But
It's
after
just-
king h1, I don't see how he can.
King h1, for
What
example,
will be
a6. You go
A6,
a4, I
A4.
go b6.
Okay, let's play your move.
Knight g1.
Knight g1.
Yeah.
sooner or later you have to move your queen, you know, because e5 is coming.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's
When
the
you
way
move
to
your
go.
queen, I have e5 immediately.
Yeah.
Because the f6 knight is
I
hanging.
agree. I agree. But if when you play just knight f3 and e5.
But there is a trick, you know, after playing e5, if I move the queen on c7, he has the intermediate move bishop f5.
Bishop f5. But
So-
do you go
so-
on c7 now? Or?
c7? No, wait, I don't have to go now, maybe.
But knight f3, e5 is coming. What do you do about
Okay,
it?
queen c7.
Queen c7. Let's say knight f3. Okay, now the e4 pawn. Okay, let me do this move.
Maybe I have to play the knight now.
And now knight d7, you mean, yeah?
Knight d7, but it looks very passive.
But now e5 and f5 is definitely an option.
e5, f5, yes.
Okay, maybe that's the way black should
Yeah,
play. Just moves the
but
queen away,
still
knight
looks
d7.
not very good,
Looks
you know.
very
Knight
promising
f3.
for
Still
white.
you can play knight f3, you know.
Knight f3, rook
With
b8,
Rook b8. Maybe bishop g3 now.
or maybe just e5. E5.
Yes, because I
takes
have bishop
d6.
g3.
No, just
Or you
d6.
can also take on e5, because
Knight
you have
taking.
bishop g3 in the end.
Knight takes.
Yes.
Well, the rook is not protected.
Yes, knight
Okay.
takes now,
Mhm.
and then bishop g3.
Okay,
is
so
done.
maybe black should have played something like bishop b7 or
But-
maybe c4. Maybe c4. It's time
c4,
for
but
some
now you
counterplay.
give up the square on.
Well, that's
But you have knight c5.
knight c5, knight d3 at least.
Okay.
So maybe these are the things black should be careful about. So maybe instead of rook e1, knight f3, and if knight d7, knight d2. This is where knight belongs, on f3 or on
Actually,
d2.
this is a good plan to play on d2.
I think black is in trouble here.
Yes.
But this is not over yet.
Because this c4 is a little bit annoying, you know.
Yeah. King h1. Yeah, that is what Ipatov did. I don't know, is it just a prophylactic move or maybe he's moving the knight?
Looks
Looks
like a very good move.
Yeah. So definitely white is better here.
Yeah,
Clearly
I
better.
agree.
Okay.
Let's go to the game of
Maybe second board?
Dragon,
Practice?
yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. This is an opening to play for a win.
how did they play?
This is Peart's defense. Even though it's called defense, it's actually
Oh, okay.
a way to play for a win. h4, knight f6, knight h4. I'd never seen this move before. In this
H4
position.
in this position, you never seen.
Nope. Usually white goes bishop e3, f3, g4.
Or maybe first knight c3 and then h4
Yeah.
with this move order.
Oh,
But
no,
what-
I've seen this one. No, I've seen bishop e2. Yeah, it's quite a tricky variation.
But now it transposed. But now, without playing bishop g7, he had the right. He had the chance to play c5 to react from the center.
You mean here?
You don't need
you
to
mean
play.
here
Yes,
c5?
yes. You don't need to because you can transpose with some kind of Benoni with an h4, you know, pawn, which is not very good, you know, and trying to.
No, but I
open up.
think I would take. What do you
Then,
do?
no,
Queen a4.
the knight was not on c3, I think.
No, but then your knight was on g8.
Ah, yes, sorry.
No, but this is could be an
h4,
option.
knight f6, knight
c5, d takes, and queen a5. Quite common idea.
Yes, c5, d3.
But then c takes d, knight takes e4, and you don't have bishop on
Queen d4
queen
maybe,
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
This
Yeah,
is not a
this
good,
is not a good.
solution.
With bishop on g7, that would work.
Yeah,
But now,
this is not a good position, yeah.
so he played bishop g7, and now
Now
bishop
he
e2.
is ready to play maybe now c5.
Maybe now c5.
But, he
But
didn't-
now,
but
now
he
you
didn't.
have to takes, take, queen here, and now h5 at some point. Even let's say ugly looking move, just for a
Queen
second.
takes c5.
Takes c5, and now h5.
h5.
It's actually kind of
But
annoying.
this is annoying, looks annoying, but is it really dangerous? I'm thinking.
It's not dangerous, it's annoying, I would say.
Yeah.
Always calculate h6, 8 hg. If you release the pressure, take on h5.
If you take on h5 now,
with a pawn.
I don't know,
with
maybe
a knight.
with the knight.
Well, I get slightly better pawn structure.
Yeah.
Castle
So
long.
you can
Your king is
you're
not
right.
safe. So.
Yeah.
So it's actually a tricky variation. White forces h5, and but usually it's idea to put the knight on g5. I'm a little surprised that the bishop went to g5. Usually knight belongs there.
Mhm.
They both spent and knight c6. Knight c6. Okay, interesting position. I think he would play something like knight f3, queen d2, maybe long castle then. But actually I myself would try to put the knight on g5. The knight would be very annoying there. But he decided to put the bishop. Oh, he is threatening e5. That is his idea. Take a look, bishop g5, and now e5 is very annoying threat.
Now.
Yeah, because here it doesn't work, takes, queen d1, and knight jumps somewhere. But now white captures with the rook on d1. That's why Dragan played knight c6, preventing e5.
Preventing e5.
Yeah. And if white plays knight f3 here, assuming, then e5 is an option, I think. And also knight g4 could be an option.
Knight g4.
Knight g4.
I like knight g4.
Yeah. And it's quite hard to get rid
But
of that
still,
knight.
after d5, is it something?
d5, I
this
can...
knight on g4.
Maybe I just go back.
You go back.
Another thing is, where are you going to castle? If you castle long, then h4 would be weakening the position. If you castle short. I mean. If you castle long, you opened up my bishop,
Can
and
I
I'm
play
ready.
with knight d4 and then f3 and then queen d2 and then long castle?
Yes, you can. Yes,
But you have, of course, c6.
I
or,
have some control
Yes,
there,
on
so-
c6.
So maybe not. Maybe indeed, maybe e5 is better. e5, but black has to calculate this move. I don't know, taking with the pawn, queen takes. Maybe it's just not good. Queen takes. If you take with the king, you're just losing. If you take with the knight, you lose a pawn. Maybe it's knight e4. But this doesn't look good.
Yeah, because knight f6 check in the end.
It's not the end of the world, king f8. But we can maybe castle first. White has strong initiative, I would say.
Yeah, I agree with
And
you.
black is
Doesn't
hoping
seem-
only for a draw. So maybe knight f3, what to do about, maybe knight g4 is indeed the way to go.
Knight f3.
So knight f3
Can
definitely.
you play bishop g4?
Knight f3, bishop g4. What about e5? Again, we forgot to introduce the
D
players.
takes e5. Yes, Abdel and Solak, from Turkish team, Dragan Solak, and from Egyptian team, Abdel
International master.
Razik, international
Dragan
master,
Solak,
Dragan
Turkish
Solak
grandmaster.
from- Yes, grandmaster from Turkey. Yeah, bishop g4. Actually, it's maybe it's you can take on e5 because I have the option of taking the queen with
Takes.
with the rook. And now you take,
What do you do?
or maybe you don't take. You just can I play knight d7?
Oh. With the bishop on c8 you wouldn't be able, but
Yeah,
now...
now it's looks like.
Oh yeah, maybe this is just not good. Just e6 doesn't work, e5 pawn would be lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't work. And if I take with the knight, it's not what... Oh, so maybe that's why he's not playing knight f3,
Yeah.
because of bishop g4.
Bishop g4 looks like a good
Yeah.
move. Yeah.
Right, so that, I think we can... Knight f3 was played.
So we are expecting
We are
bishop
expecting
g4.
bishop g4.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you want, let's move on to
Okay.
another match.
Let's take a look at the match of the leaders. Azerbaijan, Ukraine. Ivanchuk is white. Mamedov, King's Indian, of course, right?
Mamedov, he always
Yeah.
plays this variation.
So the main line, a5 he played. Oh, d5. White played d5 right away. a5, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, knight a6, knight d2, bishop a7, castle, c5, f3, b6. I mean, no way expert in King's Indian.
But this
But I don't
D5
like this-
system is the Petrosian system, yes? It's known
you
as
mean
Petrosian early D5.
Early d5.
Yes,
Mhm. I don't know.
it's lately became popular again.
Mm.
In the World Championship match, it was played by Kasparov and Karpov against Kasparov,
Mm.
this system.
Okay. So long maneuvers.
Well, normally black plays queen e8, knight h7,
and f5.
and f5 or h5.
Yeah, so basically
To
black's
play
plan
with
is f5.
bishop h6, and then
Yeah, but I'm a little surprised with this b6 move.
yes, this b6
as I
is
said,
interesting.
I'm no expert here, but it seems it cuts off some possibilities for black. Don't
I
you
don't
think?
think this is the theory, because normally he has to place the queen somewhere in order to play knight h7.
Yeah, unpin and move
Yes,
the pawn.
maybe even queen b8. Sometimes they do play, you know.
Yeah, but b6, I don't know. At least the first glance, I don't like this move for one reason. Now black doesn't have an option of playing c6 at any point. You know, in this position, black sometimes puts more pressure with c6, right? c6, queen
Well,
c6.
I don't. I mean, I'm not so sure, because c6 looks very ugly, but sometimes they do play, you know.
No, but with the pawn on b7,
Ye-
black
yes,
may
ye-
have this option.
Yeah, but
But with
still
the
they
pawn on
can play
b6.
with the. If you take on, they take on bishop with the bishop, and then trying to play with the
Really?
f5. Yes, yes, sometimes, but it's very rare, of course.
Okay.
I don't think he will do this, but now.
Yeah, but why isn't he executing his plan, you know, unpinning, I don't know, playing h5, bishop h6, what are the normal moves here? Queen e8.
Why so early b6 also?
Yeah, why so?
You can think of. Yes?
I don't understand why.
There must be a reason why. Because he
Maybe
plays very
he's
quickly.
waiting, maybe white's next move is bishop f2 anyway, maybe he's just waiting.
A bishop.
Could that be a reason?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
he
of
just
course.
makes a useful move and gives a move to white, because white just plays f3.
But normally they don't play bishop f2 right away.
Mm-hmm.
Normally he has to play on the queen side.
B3, rook b1,
rook
a3.
b1, a3, b4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Vasily would play something like b3. What do you think? b3, a3, b4.
b3 looks logical.
Yeah.
But then if he wants to refute this move, b3 maybe will transpose to the normal lines
Maybe.
with the b6, but I don't understand really the meaning of this move.
b6?
b6, yes.
Yeah, me neither.
Because sometimes black has the option to play without b6, queen b8, c6,
use
he
the
takes
diagonal.
d5, and then b5 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Also, he is losing this option as well, to play
Also,
b5.
also, maybe in far distant future, black could have used that diagonal from a7 to g1.
Yes.
If assume dark squared bishops, or that bishop sometimes goes through h6 to e3,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
maybe it could use, or queen b8, queen a7, Rubinstein
Yeah.
maneuver. So he cuts off some possibilities, but what does he get instead? It's not that clear. Okay, very firm knight on c5, but b3, a3 is coming. So
Is it possible that black is intending to play, after playing white, for example, a3, b4, knight b7, without touching anything? I don't see any
no,
other-
but that knight would be
Well, that knight will be out of the game, but also maybe he's thinking, but then you can
But
play
why
knight
now?
b3.
The question is, b6 is a move to make, but why now? Why not queen e8? Why not h5? Why
Yes,
not?
why not? It's a good question. I don't see why, actually. Or it's a maybe waiting move. You know why waiting move? Because He
Of
is
course, in
leaving
this
him
sort
the
of
choice.
positions, nobody's in a hurry.
Yeah.
At least for now.
If you
So-
play b3, maybe now is normal move.
Okay.
Let's play b3, and I can play, let's say, queen e8. Now you play a3. Yes.
Why not?
Why not? In this case, maybe now. But what now? If I continue to play with the normal knight h7, you play b4.
Yes,
Takes,
I do.
takes knight a4.
Or maybe knight a4 right away.
Yes, maybe knight h7. Let's see.
Knight h7.
b4 and
let's
knight
take
a4.
Knight a4. Mm-hmm.
Now maybe b6 makes sense, because otherwise without b6, maybe you will have some c5 plan.
But I still have it.
You still have it, yes.
Maybe I can
Takes,
and
queen
Queen c1, let's say. And next move c5. If now maybe it's time to go h5.
h5,
Bishop
let's
h6,
say
yeah.
h5.
Yeah, in this case b6 is a useful move. If I go
But
c5,
this
you
now,
can
but this
exchange a
now
lot of
maybe
pawns.
b5 is strong. You have to take on a4,
the
because the bishop will be
trapped.
trapped
Mhm.
here. Maybe
All
you have
right.
to take on b4 and then play.
But the
It
bishop will
doesn't
be
look,
trapped in.
it doesn't look very
Yeah.
promising. This.
So it seems quite logical for white to just go b3, a3, and b4.
Well, actually, yes, normal plan is to play this
Yeah.
a3, b3, b4. Yes, I don't see. I mean, how can you? I mean, make another plan on this position?
I wonder
It's the
what is the
typical
idea
plan.
of b6.
Yeah.
Quite.
Well, we'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the next game. Second board, Safarli Korobov. Bishop b5, g6.
Anton
Very
Karabakh.
rare rule opus. c3, a6. Bishop c4. Bishop g7, d4. d6. Bishop g5. Knight f6. D takes e, d takes e, queen takes, knight takes, knight bd2. Okay, so they both spent quite a lot of time. Eltash spent almost half an hour, and Korobov about 20 minutes. Actually, I think Safarli could be quite happy with this position, because in my opinion, all of these end games are
In
not
favor of white.
in slight but very lasting advantage. Just the bishop on g7, that's like the main problem.
Mhm.
And second thing is, if the queens are on board, black can push f5 and then maybe even hope to give checkmate, right? f5, f4,
Yeah.
start pushing pawns like that. But in this case, the whole game would be on the queen side, right?
Yeah.
And on the d file, of course. And it would appear white is stronger there. White already can go b4, a4, and black cannot do it. His pieces are too far away, especially bishop on g7 and knight on f6 a little bit. So I would say slight advantage for white. Okay, black has no weaknesses, very solid position, but white is better.
Yeah, but with accurate play.
With accurate play, that should be a draw,
Black should
but
hold, yes.
white, I think white is much easier to play. You
Mhm.
castle, you play b4, a4, a5.
Yeah.
Just bishop goes to e3, back h3 prophylactic move. Knight could jump to c5. You know, it's quite easy,
Yeah.
and it's not very clear what to do for black. Which pieces to exchange? You know, should he play bishop? Okay, now the pawn might be hanging on e5, so black has to deal with it. Well, which pieces to exchange? Okay, dark squared bishop, of course black wants to exchange, but, well, easier to play for white, I would say. Yeah,
You're right.
so
Okay.
I think we can leave it at that. What do you say? We can go to the next game.
Okay.
Okay, Armenia, USA. We already watched a little bit. China versus Russia. That is very important match. Both of the teams lost yesterday, so each of them wants to get back in the game. Knight f3. Probably the most favorite move of Vladimir Kramnik, don't you think?
Yes.
Knight f3, knight f6. So white is Vladimir Kramnik, ex-world champion who'd beaten Kasparov, number 3 in the world right now, one of the strongest players for recent 20 years, I would say.
Right, yeah, right.
He became top 5, top 10 when he was like 17 or something, and now he's I think 37, and he's still in top 3. So that's
still one of the
that's huge, I think.
favorites for the candidate.
Yes, one of definite favorites, and actually one of the players who
Sorry
are,
for coughing.
no problem.
I had a little bit cold since yesterday.
And actually, Kramnik is quite a little bit annoying opponent to Magnus Carlsen, because Carlsen constantly gets in trouble after out of the opening with him. Even with white sometimes. I remember the games in Nimtsovich defense. So if Kramnik wins these candidate matches coming, that would be very interesting match, I think. Actually, he was very close to winning the previous candidate matches, but he was very strong. You know, after the first round of candidate matches, I think Carlsen was 1.5 points in front of the others after the first round, or maybe even 2. Maybe 2 points ahead of Kramnik. Kramnik, I think, got all the draws in the first round. In the first round of
he missed some chances.
And in the second round, he got 4.5 out of 5, I think. And he was 2 games before the last round. He was the sole leader of candidate matches, and Carlsen was actually quite lucky to beat Rajabov. In the okay. So that is Vladimir Kramnik. Li Chao is young Chinese star, I would say. He's, I don't know his age, I think he's about 18 maybe, 17, 18. So promising guy, number 1 board in China, that's impressive. And his rating is 2679, so close to 2700. Vladimir Kramnik is almost 2800, he's 2793, so definite favorite in this game is Vladimir Kramnik, but he's always a favorite if he plays white, right? Against anybody, even Carlsen, I would say. So let's see what happens. B3, Reti. Okay, just avoiding all the theory. I want to play chess, says Vladimir. A5, knight bd2, and knight a6. Okay. I wonder why Li Chao didn't play a4. Usually, just at least that is my reflex. When somebody plays a5 in these sort of positions against me, I play a3.
Yeah, but in this case, sometimes this is not when you don't play the knight on d2 after a4. You have the option of playing b4 because you don't have.
Yes,
now
but
you
he
can
just
play
played knight bd2.
Yes, now you are
That's
right. After knight bd2, you don't have this option because after b4. But maybe still a4, b4, a3, maybe bishop c3. Because you have this option. And this a3 pawn will be weak.
Yeah,
maybe that's why he didn't. Maybe
it works tactically because there is nothing going on.
There is nothing going on. Yes.
And a3 is weak.
That's why maybe he didn't.
So a4, not b takes a4, I guess, because queen a5.
Yes.
Yeah. So definitely b4 was a move to do. That's why knight a6, and now a4 was already a threat actually. Positional.
Now is a threat.
That's why now he played a3.
Yes, exactly.
These are the tricks.
Yeah.
Bishop g4, castle, bishop takes f3.
This is interesting. Giving up 2 bishops so early.
It makes sense to build a solid position with e6.
In order to play e6, yes.
e6 and then exchange dark squared bishops, but usually at least wait for h3 to come. Yeah. Oh, maybe he was afraid, you know, what's his next move? e6 should be his next move.
Otherwise he can play with the knight e1 and then the threat is h3.
But now this bishop is...
Even knight e5 here.
Knight e5, knight
e6, so is probably...
This bishop could be trapped even after, let's say, knight e1.
You're right.
A little bit ugly looking move.
Right.
This bishop's in trouble. That's why he decided to take right away. takes, and e6. Very solid position, but I think that's in Kramnik's style. Small advantage, 2 bishops, and he would convert it in a full point, I think.
But maybe he will be forced to exchange one of the bishops.
But white always will play d4 if black wants to exchange dark squared bishops. If you move the knight, I play d4.
d4.
And you go back, you go to e4, but I have 2 bishops. And I don't worry. Small but lasting advantage for white.
Now he wants to exchange the bishop.
He wants to exchange the bishop. I think Kramnik would play d4. That makes, or
he didn't play yet.
He didn't play yet, but isn't it an option? Remember, he recently started playing very interesting chess in the Russian super final.
Yes,
he played against. I forgot his name. I played against him. All right, 2570 chess player, grandmaster. He was white and he sacrificed exchange for actually no reason. According to computer analysis, he was worse, but
he won in the end.
He won in the end, and he gave away an exchange.
I think it was Shomoy.
Shomoy, thank you. And I think he would play bishop a5 if there's no direct refutation. But I don't see any direct refutation. You know, rook is unprotected, bishop unprotected, but there is no backrank problem. I think he would do it. I think he would play this. Well, he is thinking.
Maybe Li Chao was prepared for this.
No, this can be a preparation. Who would guess b3 on move number 3 and this exact position to arise? No, that's far from preparation. They both, take a look, Kramnik spent 20 minutes already.
You're right.
So no, this is definitely not a preparation.
Or maybe he's thinking to play d4, as you said.
I think he's choosing between d4 and bishop a5. But you know, yesterday he lost, so maybe he would be in the mood to play safe, or maybe he's in the mood to prove everybody that.
Also, there is another variation, Mihail. Bishop takes c7, queen c3, and queen a5.
Let's take a look.
I was thinking of this.
Let's take a look. Takes, queen c3. So maybe it's just a blunder? I don't believe it.
Queen c3. Maybe there is some kind of...
I don't see anything.
Well, there is this variation. Queen f6.
Okay.
Queen takes a5. Knight c5.
Queen b4.
Now queen b4. Yes.
Just protecting the.
But it looks very ugly now.
I know queen b2.
Yeah, maybe.
The e2 pawn. I forgot about the e2 pawn. Now 2 pawns are under attack.
Yeah.
But what about d4 now?
d4.
Or d4 knight. Oh no, sorry. d4 knight a6. Queen b7. That's definitely what they are calculating, but I think this is.
What is
seems
this?
to be winning for white, actually.
Knight a6. Yes, knight a6.
Knight a6 takes.
Queen b7,
so
and
take
then
everything.
yes.
Take the queen cannot be trapped. Then knight b3 just loses to rook b1. So what?
Well, maybe not queen b2. Let's go back at this position.
Maybe queen b2 here. That's the move.
Maybe queen b2
Keep
here.
the threat with knight c5.
But now you have this queen d2.
Queen d2.
If you take on b3, I have rook b1.
This rook, right?
Yes.
Queen a4. Takes.
Takes knight c5.
Knight c5.
But
knight
rook
b3
b4.
b4. Okay.
It's still going on the variation. Interesting, yeah?
Yeah. I think white is pawn up.
And also knight b3 is not a threat, you know. You have queen b2 check all the time.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it seems... So I think... Could that be a blunder? Actually, it's...
I don't know.
That might be an option.
They continued. Look.
They might be...
Wait. No, they didn't continue. No, they didn't make any
They
more.
didn't, no. That actually might be blunder because you rarely see the pawn on a5 to be unprotected.
Yes, actually, that's what I was thinking of. I mean, how come we can just play like this?
So he's just...
I think Li Chao still needs to recover from yesterday's loss.
Yeah, very bad loss.
Very
long.
Yeah, he had a very good position in the.
But okay, let's give him one more chance. He's a pretty decent tactic player, I think.
There might be some other.
He might have had something prepared.
Kramnik's still thinking.
He's just making sure that he wins the pawn.
Yeah, look at him. He's still thinking and he's probably wondering.
Yeah.
He
Maybe
likes to
E5
calculate
now?
all the variations, you know, Kramnik.
Really?
He is a good calculator.
Of course.
He makes all the calculations.
Maybe E5, what do you
Without, I mean, calculating all the variations, I don't think he will take this A5.
No, but this just doesn't work.
Well,
Takes,
actually, it's
takes.
difficult to calculate these positions, all the variations, but still,
E4, but
he may have some compensation, maybe.
No, but
A little
I
compensation.
don't
No,
see
you don't
it.
think so?
I don't see it. So what's his idea? Maybe he thought queen f6 and queen b2. Maybe he stopped the line here. That's
I
also
don't think
possible.
so. But if you give
He
up a
played.
pawn against Kramnik,
Kramnik played.
what?
He played a move. He took on g7, I can see, and queen c3 check. That is the position on the board right now.
We can see it from the camera that he played
Yes.
bishop g7 and queen c3 check. Now he's thinking, Li Chao.
Yeah.
So it means that if he is thinking, he
He's got
also
nothing.
made a blunder maybe.
Wow. So such an unexpected blunder. The pawn on a5. Usually you've got either rook
At
on
an early
a8
stage of the
or
game,
queen on d8.
Yes.
Usually you've got somebody protecting
maybe
that
he
pawn.
didn't think that he will take with the queen. Maybe he was calculating
Expecting.
only bishop takes a5.
And he was ready to go for it,
Yes.
I think. But this
But-
slipped away.
But
Because
suddenly,
knight d7 is such a natural move to make. Just
exactly.
knight d7, okay.
But not now,
Maybe
yeah.
he thought, okay, exchanging bishops is in my favor. He
Yeah.
doesn't have two bishops anymore. Bishop takes a5, at least I get an exchange. So maybe he thought, okay, I forced d4, and now maybe I play f5, or maybe go back,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
I blocked his bishop. We continue to play. Oh, the pawn is hanging for now. I don't know what he was planning on d4 actually. Maybe some solid move like knight c7. I don't know. So that was his.
His plan
I think
against
so.
this move. Yeah,
It
he
would
was-
appear it's just a blunder. Just a blunder.
Well, it looks like a blunder, you know.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
At this
This thing
early
happened.
stage of the game,
Actually,
such a
they
blunder.
both. Not only their team both lost. They both lost on board number 1 yesterday.
Yes,
Kramnik and Li Chao.
he played.
He
I don't
played
know
some.
what he played.
I think queen f6. What else? Okay. What
Queen
are we missing?
F6 or maybe king g8. Because queen f6 doesn't look like a very good move. It doesn't solve anything.
Well, it activates the queen a little bit, but
But
that's
the
it.
queen also has some kind of pressure on the a3 pawn.
Yeah, but if you move the king away, takes,
Takes-
what you got?
I don't know.
I got nothing. Knight c5, always met with queen b4.
Knight c5, queen b4. This was I
And
was
pinning
looking
the
at.
knight.
Yes.
Just black's in trouble. So king g, what else? e5, e4 could be a way to try to complicate stuff, but it only opens up the bishop. Here, queen
Yeah.
f6 was played.
Queen x6.
So we are expecting queen a5. And this is our variation, queen d2, queen b2, and we propose just go back, right?
Mhm.
Let's check it one more time. Queen here, rook b1, queen only
Kramnik is
move.
checking for a while. If I miss something or not,
Yeah,
I don't think.
maybe he's going for this position, just like this, and hope for the
The best
compensation.
for him, yes.
Activity
With
of
this
pieces.
a3 pawn, maybe you're right.
some chances to hold.
But you know, this in this variation, this c6 pawn also is weak.
Knight d4. Okay,
Knight
maybe
d4, maybe queen
maybe
d2
queen
check
a6,
and then
maybe
knight
queen
d4.
a6. All right, of course black's in trouble. White his pawn up and with not enough compensation. But maybe that's the best way to go.
Yeah.
Kramnik took on a5, I can see.
He took it, yes.
Yeah. Queen a5, so this
It's
is
really
the position.
interesting.
And just to check, knight c5, b3 is hanging, queen b4 is the only move. I got nothing.
You're right.
Queen
Actually,
b, and if
it's,
queen b2 now, what did we? And we expect d4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is just not working. So so yeah, I think we can leave Lichao thinking.
Yeah, okay, let's move on.
I'm pretty sure Kramnik's winning. Grishchuk, Bu Senje. So white is Alexander Grishchuk, 2785.
Mm-hmm.
Very strong top 10 grandmaster for last many years. In candidate matches before this, he played in the final against Boris Gelfand and only lost in the last game.
Mm-hmm.
So he could have been he could have played World Match Championship against Anand. He was very close. He was very close. So one of top world grandmasters, and his opponent is Bu Zenji, if I pronounce it correctly, 2683. One of top Chinese grandmasters for many years now, and he's on and on around 2700 player. So it's funny. Yesterday he played on board number 4. Oh, Karyakin is playing on board number 2. I'm sorry.
Oh, they changed the board.
Yes, of course. They moved.
But you can check. You can check.
We can check both
game,
of the games.
It's not a big deal. It's the
okay. So so Grishchuk is playing on board number 3 versus Bu Zenji. He is white. Definitely, he's the favorite. So this is the opening. All right. Takes, g6, d3, queen d1. Actually, I'm not fond of this position for white, to be honest. White indeed has 2 bishops, but white is not well developed, and the only reasonable plan seems to be d4.
Mm-hmm.
And white will have to prepare it with knight d2, knight f3. But black's play, I think, is very easy. b5, b4, a5. Just on the queen side, and at some point white can use the white squares, but I just really like that g7 bishop because I played Benoni for a while, many years. Kieran still play it, and close Sicilian positions I like with the bishop, so maybe it's just my preference, you know, I like the bishop on g7. So knight d2, castle, knight f3. White is ready to grab the center. Knight e5, preventing it. Now knight takes e5. Interesting. And d takes e5. Well, usually you're not supposed to double pawns, but in this case, I think it has a deep strategic idea, because now what is white up to now? d4 was the only reasonable plan. If now white tries to prepare f4, that would just help the bishop to go back in the game. Mm-hmm. If white plays b4, maybe b4 is now the plan for white, but black can easily stop it with a5. Mm-hmm. So this is very solid just to hold a draw. So I guess if he didn't like bishop e5 for, I don't know, bishop e3 and d4.
Yeah.
Grabbing the center, and if black was on time to put the pawn on b4 and at least open the b file, that would be okay. But now white just grabs the center and has 2 bishops. That's why he took with the pawn. Bishop e3, b6, a3. So white is threatening b4, a4, a5, queen a4, queen d7, bishop e2, rook f to b8. Yeah, black is very solid. Mm-hmm. Black's play is actually quite easy. b5.
You like black here, huh?
I think black is slightly worse because I can hardly imagine black winning here. Yes. How can you win? You can't
with
win.
2 bishops against 2 bishops.
If this bishop gets to some good diagonal, but it's even if he gets to a2, g8 diagonal, black would play e6. So this bishop is like, you know, a Spanish bishop. It's just waiting for the right moment for the position to open up. And black's play is quite easy. b5, queen d6.
Yeah,
b4,
I
a4.
agree.
Just push,
I
push.
agree with you.
White is, I think black is slightly worse just because of that bishop on g7. But if he plays, he can even try to play h5, king h7, bishop h6. If he exchanges that bishop, black wouldn't be worse.
You're right.
So very solid position for black. I don't think white has advantage.
Yes.
Actually, yeah. I think it's equal position.
I agree.
And by the way, the position is closed. So two bishops, not a big advantage.
Okay.
Bishop d1 was played. Just bishop is trying to get somewhere.
Bishop d1 was played.
Or maybe he's getting to c2, I guess. And then maybe at some point to jump to that diagonal.
Yeah.
So I suppose that would be a long game.
You're right.
All right. Wang-Yu Karyakin.
If you want, let's give a break for a few minutes.
Before
that.
Let's just quickly take a look at this game. And board number 2. So for white is Wang-Yu. One second best, I think, chess player in China after Wang Hao. A few years back, he was actually a legend. He was playing in all top grandmaster tournaments, and he had a strike. I think he didn't lose for 50 games, playing with all the top grandmasters. He had, I think, about 3 years back. He was 27-50, and or maybe even more than 3 years. He was 27-50, and he didn't lose for 50 games in a row, playing top grandmaster in the world. That was no Wang-Yu.
Wang-Yu.
Wang-Yu. He did not lose a single game in 50 games in a row against the top grandmaster. That was huge. And then for some reason he just dropped a little bit to around 2700, and now he's 27-25. So he's a very dangerous guy. And Karyakin Sergei, 27-56, Russian top grandmaster.
Karyakin actually is not Russian.
Yes, he's Ukrainian by passport, but he plays for Russia.
Yeah.
And he's
since last year, I think.
I'm not sure.
2012.
I think maybe even
not before, no?
Maybe even before. I'm not sure. And he's actually one of the. He's going to be in the candidate matches.
Yes. Okay.
He qualified by rating. You cannot tell it right now. 27-56. After that, he dropped a little bit, but he was 27-70, 27-80 for quite a long time. So he qualified by rating, because Kramnik won the World Cup, leaving one more spot by rating. So he was actually quite lucky to get into these candidate matches. And now to Vladimir Kramnik.
Yeah.
So he's one of the favorites of these upcoming matches.
Yeah.
So two very strong grandmasters playing, and they have some
interesting position.
Wow, c5. Queen c2 instead of castling. Wang-Yu is a very solid player. If he gets a quiet position with slight edge, he would put like Kramnik, but a little lower, you know. So he likes to just strangle you, move by move, without any counter, torturing. Yes.
Karpovian style.
Yes, I agree. So Queen c2, c5. I think very good choice by Karyakin. He starts to complicate stuff right away. Take a look. No fixed pawn structure or anything, just calculating stuff. So I think he's playing for a win. b4, bishop e6, knight d2. And Karyakin is better in these sort of positions with complications and precise calculation, I think. So I think black has bishop a3. I don't know what's going on here, but definitely psychological battle is won by Karyakin. It's very hard to I cannot evaluate this position for now. We would have to wait for very complicated, you know, c5 coming or rook c1. Okay, two bishops in an open position, but black has stronger center. White has a weak pawn on c4. So just
Well, actually,
Calculate,
maybe not so
calculate.
weak, but
Maybe c5 is coming, but, I
still.
think now queen d7 is the move. And if c5, then maybe bishop f5. And how do you protect the b5 pawn?
Yeah.
What do you do? I think you just lose that pawn.
Well, queen d7, can he play?
Rook c1 maybe, but now that
c1.
pawn is weak on c4. You know, maybe
Still bishop f5 maybe.
still bishop f5 is an option, or maybe bishop f5 looks good. So quite a complicated position. I think queen d7
I just
would
see
follow.
one repetition, you know, bishop f5, queen f3, bishop g4, queen d3. Well, look at the position. There is no other move for white.
Bishop f5,
Queen f3.
No,
bishop
I think
g4.
e4 would follow here. Don't you think?
e4.
Why not? e3 then taking
e4 is
c4.
possible, yeah.
So
Maybe.
And what about the time? Karakin spent more time in the opening, but I think he.
But e4 is dangerous, no? You don't think so?
I don't know. These are very
Queen
express
f4,
analyses.
yeah.
I think we should wait for a few more moves
Yeah,
to
yeah,
stabilize the position, because now hanging pawns, not all pieces are developed. I think we should queen d7.
But there is no either move, you know. You are attacking this c4 pawn, and also at the same
So
time you are
c5?
threatening bishop f5. What to play?
c5 and here e4 is an option also.
You want to play c5 now?
Just to consider, but now the trick is I have e4 move, and if you capture,
c5, bishop f5, e4, you're right.
and if you capture, I can recapture on d7, or maybe this also. works.
This is now okay.
Or
Because
I don't know, so
you
very
have those two bishops, you know, if you open
But
up the position like
if d
this.
takes e doesn't work, black can go back with the bishop, or maybe
But
exchange
then,
it. I
but
don't
then
know.
bishop b4 is coming. This knight is
Bishop
really,
d4.
look.
So these are the things black and white has to calculate. We
yeah.
are waiting for position to stabilize,
Yeah.
like that, and then we can talk.
Okay,
So I think we would go for a break, around 10-15 minutes, right?
okay.
And
See you soon,
we'll see you soon.
in a few minutes.
We would start, I guess, with the game Giri Henkin, with the match the Netherlands against Germany.
Yeah.
Germany is the leader now, and Netherlands yesterday lost to Azerbaijan.
One of the leaders.
Yeah, one of the leaders, of course. And the Netherlands yesterday had a bad loss against Germany, I think. Yes, they lost against Germany. No, they are playing Germany now. So they want to get back. And so the first game, the first board, Giri Henkin. So Anish Giri, 27-32, a young star from Netherlands. He actually is one of few players that I noticed myself. He has, if not a good result, but at least he gets very good positions against Magnus Carlsen. Actually, Carlsen's always having problems against Anish Giri. That, at least that is my recollection. I remember 2 games, I think. He was in big trouble. He was close to losing. So for some reason, I think Anish is not a very appropriate, just not a very good opponent for Carlsen. I hope he would become one of the candidates in the future, just to be more interesting on the top level.
Yeah.
And his opponent is Henkin Ihor from Germany, 26-12. A very solid player, 2600, solid grandmaster, but obviously Giri is the favorite, more than 100 elo point difference, and he is white. So let's take a look what was going on. So offering to go to Berlin endgame, rejecting the offer, bishop c5 and knight bd2. Interesting move order, d6, c3, castle h3. So white is just plays it slowly. I don't think you can deeply analyze these sort of positions with you can deeply analyze the ideas, the plans, but You know, there nothing's going on right now. Any move is good for both sides. So, quite just Giri wanted just to play chess with full board of pieces rather than Berlin endgame. Bishop d7, bishop a4, bishop b6, and knight c4. I'm a little surprised with bishop b6.
Yes, me too. Actually, I don't know. Maybe sometime he should have played a6, but
what didn't he like? Not a6, normal move, just keeping the bishop safe over there. Bishop b6, I don't know. Yeah, I would choose move like a6, or rook e8, or just any, or even maybe knight e7.
Really strange, yes.
So yes, bishop b6, some kind of prophylaxis. Okay, in these sort of positions, nobody's in a hurry, but I think if you do just not the best moves, a few moves
or
in a row,
maybe he's planning to play knight e7 at some point, and d4,
but why not right away?
Will be with
he's
the
afraid
tempo.
of
Yeah.
Okay, now it's more clear. But I myself would play maybe a6 and bishop a7. Spending one more tempo, because take a look what happened. Bishop b6, knight c4, h6, castle, knight e7 indeed.
You played again.
Bishop c2. So even though the book teaches us that bishop on a4 is a bad one, right, because of the pawn on e4, and white even gives another tempo, just retreats the bishop to a bad square, but that bishop has a very strong potential. Spanish bishop, well, first of all, white is going to get two bishop advantage soon, and black doesn't have that much space. And bishop c2, quite a good move.
Good move,
even though very not obvious for example, if he shows this move to a child, he will, well, you should punish child for playing move like that, you know. You have bad bishop, exchange
but this Spanish bishop, you know, is a very known bishop, very famous. You should keep it, you know, if you want to have an advantage.
Yes, indeed. So bishop c2, knight g6, a4, and a6. Usually black responds with c6, but here this would just lose a pawn, right? So usually you want
c6.
Usually you don't want to let that happen.
But now he cannot play c6.
He cannot play
d6
c6.
Is hanging, yes.
Knight d6, just to continue the variation. Bishop h3 and knight takes b7, I guess.
Maybe.
Queen d7 and g takes h, queen takes, and white is one pawn up, and black's attack is, well, too far away, I think.
Yeah.
I think too far away. So that is the reason. Maybe he should have prepared somehow instead of knight g6, or maybe he was, of course, he's seen a4 coming. So, but he decided to go for this. Highly unorthodox, I would say.
But it doesn't look like
Doesn't look very good.
Yeah, look at this pawn formation.
Pawn formation, not very. That would be a good pawn formation if this pawn on d3 was on d5 now.
Yeah.
Because it would stop white's attack on the queen side. But with the pawn on d3 being able to attack the center with b4, that's, I don't like it. I think white is now clearly better. Two bishops, better pawn structure.
Exactly.
And even better control over the center. Take a look. He played d4. So white has the center, two bishops, and better pawn structure. White is clearly better. Though black's position is very solid. Rook c8, bishop e3, and b5 was played. b5 and a takes b5. So actually black a little bit made his pawn structure better.
Yes, this bishop after bishop takes b5.
Yeah, I wonder why is he thinking. Is he considering taking with a pawn?
Maybe I wouldn't have taken it. Maybe a5 I would have played. I don't know why
A5.
he took it.
Just try
he
to
didn't like this a5, but
and
maybe
then you
this
wanna
a5 will be some kind of weakness.
Yeah, but I guess your next move is d5 and bishop b6, and then
yeah, but this bishop b6, what is it doing there? I am wondering. And then because this bishop also controls the f4 square, and then black may
No, but
have an
a5
attack.
makes.
If I play d5, then black may have an attack on the king side, you know, with f5.
Yeah, but I thought you would push c4 and get to the weakness on b7.
But how?
afterwards.
It's difficult.
Yeah, it's
It
difficult.
will be.
But no, but I like this
It is-
a5 move. Why didn't
Do you
he?
like it?
Yes, I do.
I'm not so sure.
But I don't know. If you have bishops versus knights, you're supposed to leave the a and h pawns.
Because there's also this, if the knight goes to c6, how do you protect this knight, this pawn on a5?
No, but I always have d5. What do you do?
Oh, yes, d5.
Maybe the reason is takes, and now e4 pawn is hanging.
Oh, yes, also, this is also another.
So either queen or
If you-
bishop.
Bishop.
Let's say bishop, and now knight e5, and
Knight
indeed
e5.
knight is coming.
On bishop
C6.
b6 still.
Bishop
you
b6,
can play
queen
that.
e7,
But now the knight c4 is the threat.
knight c4, yeah. And
So
black
suddenly,
is,
suddenly, black has an active play.
but only because of this e takes d4. If
Yeah.
not, white would be,
You're
I
right.
think,
You're
white
right.
would push d5 himself, it would be much better.
Probably that's why Giri didn't like it.
Yeah, yeah, I think so. So a takes b5 was played, and bishop takes b5. This is the position. I think white is still better. Still, actually, technically speaking,
definitely,
white
yeah.
has one pawn island, right?
Yeah.
Very big island from b2 to h2.
Two bishops.
Two bishops
The
and
center.
better center, yeah. Yeah, so we can leave it at that.
Yeah.
White is better.
Okay.
Meyer Van Velle is board number 2.
Yes.
Yeah. So Georg Meyer, one of top German grandmasters, 26-23. Against Luc Van Velle, 26-78. Luc played for many years chess, and he played all of Kasparov, Karpov, everyone. He played so many strong players. He's actually kind of a legend, I would say. And he is black now, so though his rating is 50 points of a lot higher, I would say the chances are equal because Meyer is white. So d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, e3. Very solid line,
Yeah.
just preventing d takes c4, a6, Chebanenko system, bishop g4, h3, takes, knight b d7, knight c3, e6. Very solid for black, but with a slight edge for white for a long time, I would say.
Yeah.
White played bishop, so white just finishes the development, bishop e7. Actually, I would consider moving the bishop to big diagonal, g6 here, again. Again, yeah. But on the other hand, black would always have to face the problems on a3, f8 diagonal. For example,
If you play
g6,
then b3.
white plays b3, black plays bishop. For example, now maybe bishop a3 is kind of annoying. Okay, black can offer the exchange of bishops, which would be in his favor, I think. But also black has an option of playing queen a5, forcing the bishop to go away, bishop b2. But now this queen is misplaced and white won a tempo.
You're right.
Queen will have to go back, maybe even to d8 and to e7. So maybe that's why he didn't play g6, he played bishop e7. Bishop d2, castle, rook fd1, rook ac1, very easy play for white. Rook c8, and now retreating the bishops just to avoid any exchanges. Bishop d6, bishop f1. I like the way Georg is playing. Queen e7, queen e2. White is not in a hurry. And actually opening up the position on one hand sets black's pieces free, but on the other hand, white has two bishops. White is not really against opening the position. But these sort of advantages are very small, you know.
Small advantage.
Small, very small advantage. Because black has no weaknesses, all the pieces are working. If he exchanges all the heavy pieces, that would be just a draw. So white needs to keep at least one rook, or at least a queen. Maybe not even queen. Maybe not wouldn't even work. At least one rook should be on the board, because you know, like bishops and bishop plus rook, very good combination. If there is no rook, the advantage of bishops decrease.
Or maybe two bishops against two knights still.
Yeah, that would be very good, but I don't think black would give another bishop away. So this sort of advantage is very small, but lasting. Okay, two bishops don't go anywhere, but with correct play, it should be a draw, of course.
Yeah.
So I think we can leave it at that.
Nothing very interesting going on.
All right.
Let's go back if you want to Nakamura's game.
Yeah,
it was
the top game of today's today's day. So we left off at this position, 97.
Yes, Aronyan from Armenia against Nakamura from USA.
Top 5 grandmasters in the world. I think.
Don't forget now to remind you the nations of the players.
All right.
So this is the
Castle E5, as we talked about. If Black doesn't play E5, he's in trouble. E5.
He played, yes.
Bishop C2. Interesting move.
Bishop C2.
Not Queen C2. Queen C2 indeed would not be that good. That rook is misplaced.
Yeah.
So E4 is a threat. White does not. This would just if White takes on E5. Just take a look at this position. If White takes on E5, this is just transposing to the line that I told you at this point. Takes, Knight D7, main move, and castle is considered not to be very good because of E5.
Yeah.
And D takes C4, rook takes C4, and we transpose to the previous position. That's why White is not taken on E5. Queen C2 is not very good. The rook is misplaced. Queen B1 maybe, but it doesn't look that well. So Bishop C2. I believe that was still Aronyan's preparations. We went to the playing hall and he had decent amount of time on his clock. So Knight B6 was played. Rook C5. I guess Aronyan's idea, if White retreats, if Black goes Knight D7, he goes to C3, right? And there is no Knight B6 anymore. So takes. Queen D3, not takes. He weakens the king side, attacks it again with Bishop B3.
But can you hold? You cannot take on C5. Let's check this.
Let's check. Yeah, let's
because
show what's
he gives
going
up
on.
the
The rook is hanging. That's huge. Yeah.
So
of course,
let's
White's
check.
idea is Queen G6, takes, check again, and now
Knight G5 probably.
1 second.
But I don't see any other move.
Queen G6, Bishop F7 is
Queen
also an
G6.
option. Queen G6 and Bishop. I think this is stronger.
Bishop
Now
F7.
Queen H6, threatening checkmate.
Maybe he has to.
Sorry, there is.
Queen
No, Queen F5 just loses. Queen H6.
Because the rook is hanging.
What about
But
Bishop F5?
but
Bishop,
in
this
this
is checkmate in 2.
Yes.
This is checkmate in 2.
Yeah. So
Rook takes F7, the only move. And now Queen takes F7.
F7, and this position is 4 points against 6 points.
Only 2 pawns now.
Only 2 points.
But I don't think
the
Black has
development-
time. I don't think Black has time to take this E3 pawn or do anything about this D4. So White will have 3 pawns with the draw in his pocket, I think.
But there might be another variation. Can we
For
go
White,
back?
yeah.
For White.
You mean here?
G6. Let's check this Knight G5. It's not possible Knight G5.
I don't know. I rejected it because of Bishop F5.
E4. Where do you go with the bishop?
I don't go anywhere, I guess. Or maybe that's the main reason. E4 indeed.
Yeah.
So if Queen goes to F5,
the
this
same
just
thing.
loses immediately. E4, game
Interesting,
over.
yeah?
Yeah. And if Bishop goes to F5, E4, and White's attack is very strong. Probably White is just winning. For example, just I don't know, Rook D8, right? Oh, now even G4 may be an option.
Oh, yes.
Okay, this is joking probably. This should be winning. Takes. And maybe G4 actually was not that bad. Maybe G4 was not that bad.
Well,
G4.
G4, I like G4.
G4, if you take, I take and go back
Another
to G5.
threat is Knight F6.
And Knight F6, game over. Yeah, G4. So that is the reason why Levon let his rook hanging. Bishop B3, indeed, this is better, much better. So King G7, now it was time to take. Queen F6, but Black's position is very solid.
All these moves were forced. Interesting, huh?
I'm not sure. You know, white had options of.
I mean, from black side.
For black didn't have any decent options. I think, just maybe here bishop f5 could have been considered.
Well, maybe
but white sacrifices.
I'm
Takes
pretty sure he would sacrifice. Yes.
Takes an f5.
Yeah.
Very strong compensation. And also queen d4 is always an option, but I guess rook takes f5 much stronger. So black didn't have very many options. Queen f6, but black's position is white is active. White's piece is very active, but black has no weaknesses. So if he finishes the development, that would be just equal position. So
he's
rook
trying to now with h4 he played
rook e5. That is Aronian style move. I'm not sure if I would even consider a move like that. You know, I would just rook somewhere or push.
Even if he exchanges the queen, he still has the slight edge. Yes,
slight edge. These pieces are quite
with
active.
The active pieces, better development.
Yeah, but rook e5 very creative.
I don't think it will be enough. Maybe.
No, that would be a small advantage.
Yeah. But rook e5, I mean, it's
e5,
really
I don't know. That is his type of moves.
Yeah.
You know. Very creative,
also,
very unexpected.
I guess this must be also a preparation.
I don't know.
You're not sure?
I'm not
because
sure.
I don't think after this queen takes d4, queen f6, they should have checked also this at this level of chess, you know.
But this is very highly unlikely to guess. First of all, d takes c4, very rare move. Knight d7 is
but
the main
this
move.
c4, you know, was transposing anyway.
It's somebody.
So it was at one time popular, you know. Anand played, so he has to have this repertoire.
Maybe.
You know.
Maybe.
Otherwise, everybody will play Lasker against Aronian and make draw.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop d7 and h4. That is Aronian's idea. h4, rook d8, and h5.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Bishop f5. And queen c3. He wants to.
I was thinking of queen b4 here.
Queen
but
b4.
He didn't play queen c3. He played queen c3.
Yeah, he played queen c3.
Because now with the queen b4, you can attack at the same time on the pawns on the queen side.
Even with rook a5 at some point.
Rook a5. I don't know. Maybe queen a5. And also you can enter on the e7.
Queen b4
this
looks
is
good.
But queen c3 he didn't like this queen b4.
Maybe he liked queen c3 more. You know, keeping this very annoying pin.
Yeah, probably.
Bishop g4 was played, and h takes g. This is the position on the board. Nakamura has got only 20 minutes on his clock for.
He is thinking
for
to take on
moves.
f3 or not to take on f3, probably.
Yeah, of course. He is thinking about.
Now he cannot take with f takes g3, g6 because rook e7. Rook e7 is coming.
Oh, bishop takes f3 already followed. Already, this is a position on the board right now.
Because if f takes g6, rook e7, then I don't think.
Rook e7. The only move is king h8, and this is.
No, I mean the pawn, the bishop before that. The bishop still on g4. Yes. Now.
Rook e7. King
then,
h8 only
and then
move.
probably knight e5 is coming.
Knight e5 looks like winning. Knight g6.
Knight f7.
Knight g6. Knight f7. Everything's hanging. Just for the record, queen e7 fails to knight g6, double check, and taking the queen. So that's why Nakamura took on f3 first. And now he is thinking, what about, let's take a look. I think f takes g still doesn't work. Check. And let's say, I'm not sure where I want my pawn.
He can win a pawn at least.
Maybe.
Rook takes b7 is maybe.
Oh, knight d5 was played. So
he didn't like it.
He didn't like it because let us
this
consider.
Ending probably will be.
This endgame looks very bad. So black has to win something back, and this is only f3 pawn.
Also, very strong bishop on b3.
Much better bishop
and
than
the 7th rank.
And the pawn.
And the pawn and the pass pawn on A.
So that is lost. So that's why he played.
Wants to complicate the game. Yeah,
he played knight d5.
I think he has to take on. What do you think? d5.
I think his idea is that if white takes, he
rook
takes with the
takes,
rook, rook takes, queen takes,
takes,
and now if white takes,
he has compensation.
he has some
Rook
compensation.
takes f7 and then
Rook
attacking.
f7, rook d1.
Rook
Maybe-
d1, but now rook c7 maybe. But rook takes d5 and then
No, but this looks like winning for white actually. White is one
yes,
pawn up.
rook maybe.
White will
King
win.
takes f7 maybe. What do you think about this? King takes f7, rook d1, king e6. Now I want to play.
No, but I have extra pawn.
Yeah, but you have some weaknesses.
And
you
my
know.
next move is e4 even, and I get two passed
What
pawns.
about rook c8?
c8, rook d3,
Now maybe rook c4. Some compensation.
Yeah, maybe I should have played more actively here. Maybe instead of rook d1, I go king g2 and rook h1. No, but this is very bad endgame. Some compensation,
Yes, you're
but
right.
very close to
with an accurate play.
white should be winning.
White should be.
So maybe it's not. What is
I
his idea? After knight bishop takes.
I don't think he doesn't. He has this c takes d5, and then f4 is probably strong, or maybe yes, f4 is strong.
Or just win another pawn.
How do you win another pawn?
I take on f7, I mean.
Well, actually, he cannot take on g6 now. After f4, how do you play?
Oh yeah. f4. So what's his
Or maybe he
maybe?
can take. Wait.
Maybe let's take a look. It makes sense to exchange queens. Takes. This is the position. Oh, rook takes f7. Ah, but now rook d1. That's the problem.
rook takes
That's the
f7, rook
problem.
d1. It's not a good idea. Maybe.
And what if to go here first? White still goes rook d1, and this
I don't like this.
and this doesn't work.
No, it looks very actual bad.
Rook
E4,
d7,
E5, everything is.
b5, e4, rook f3. So king g2, rook takes, e4, b4. Let's say rook b7, a5. White is quicker. White is quicker. So maybe that is his idea indeed, but looks like winning for white. I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure about this. The other line. Can we go back, Mihail?
Yeah.
Let's check again the c takes d5.
C takes d5.
Because
By the way,
if c takes-
for our viewers, we are not using any engines, so
Yeah, we don't
forgive
use
us for
it.
any miscalculations or
You're right.
stuff like that. So we are just
if
using
now,
our brain.
If now we play f4, I was checking, can we play f takes g6? Rook e7 check, rook f7.
Yeah, that's okay.
So it looks like it's
But,
all but can we take on f7? I'm not sure about this.
White
F7.
needs only to move the rook from f1 to make his king safe, but I believe d4 is the problem here.
d4.
And if you capture,
You
then I
have to
have
capture,
check,
check, and then what? King h2.
and now rook g1 is coming.
Yeah.
But now white has
But
two
this is
extra
not a good-
pawns. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look very nice
For black.
for black actually.
Yeah.
This G file opened, but for G file probably
And
is
for
better
For our
white,
viewers
you
to
know,
understand
yeah.
that queen g6 is
As
never
long
an
as he
option.
controls h5
It's
square,
never an
you know.
option.
And also
Yeah.
this, yes,
Yeah,
yes, we
it's-
missed this.
It's never an option
Yeah.
with this queen.
We
And that's why I
missed this.
wanted d4
We
to.
missed this, yes.
So, but it's already black in such a big trouble. Maybe a rook takes and c takes d.
Rook takes, C takes D.
Why do?
Yeah, why not?
So
But this
what
is
if
not the
white
same
takes,
as we analyzed
takes?
the same position that we analyzed, no?
But the pawn is on b2 instead of c3.
And even better for white.
Yeah, but I thought it's black to move now, but it doesn't
Yeah, it's not
give
a good
anything.
idea to play like
Yeah.
this. I think the best option for black is to take with the queen, with the rook, sorry.
And on c3.
And to enter to this rook ending.
This rook ending.
And pray that
King f7 probably.
to have some chances in the ending.
Well, maybe actually you're right. Maybe it's not that bad. Black goes rook c8, rook c4, rook a4, rook h3, activating the rook.
I mean, maybe white can give up this pawn and then collect the h6 pawn and then.
The main problem is the d5
pawn.
Yeah. White needs to get rid of d5 pawn because only one f pawn.
Then it will be two post pawns, yes.
Yeah, but how to get rid of that pawn?
Well, I don't know actually.
Maybe white can play it slow, like let's say rook d1, king d6, f4, rook c8, rook d3, rook c4,
and
king
comes.
g2, rook goes back, assuming we go so passive. But what's next? Nothing.
h5 also is coming.
Yeah, this one.
If
This is already a draw. So
if you start to come on the
very
king
passive.
side,
White cannot.
Well, it's actually this is not.
Maybe it's not as easy as white.
Yeah.
It's very hard to activate the rook here.
That's what I was thinking of. I mean, with this double pawn actually is. But he didn't play like this.
He played c takes d5.
Interesting. Maybe
So,
after rook takes d5, white was
I think
f4 maybe. But
I think he just rejected this endgame on general principle. Actually, he just rejected this one just to no.
Or maybe white doesn't take on f7. Let's see this variation. Rook d1.
Rook d1, intermediate move.
Maybe this is the point.
But what if I take?
But if you take now, it might be.
But
you can.
this.
Yes. What is this?
This is draw.
So this is nothing.
This is nothing. So white has to take. White has to take, and now king takes. Maybe white goes for idea of e4. For example,
and
here
then takes on h6. No. Let's play rook h1.
Rook h1.
And there is a check. There is a check. Yes, this is probably winning.
Yeah.
Because now it's lots of tempo.
I'm still I don't agree.
But now f4,
f4.
Very fast. f5. Check again. Where do you go? And f6 next move.
Okay. Then I don't take. I play b5.
Maybe you can play still.
Okay, you could have checked earlier, right? You could have checked here right away.
Yes, maybe this is better.
Forcing, and now f4.
And now f4.
And I don't have time to take that pawn.
f5, yes.
Because this pawn just promoting.
Yeah, maybe not promoting, but still king d6.
Takes.
But now you are taking.
Promoting.
Yeah, now promoting.
So maybe that's the problem. That's why he rejected it. I don't. Suppose he calculated it till the end.
I'm pretty sure he calculated.
Well, I think maybe general principle. He doesn't have that much time, you know. He just thought, all right, this rook endgame is very close to being lost. My chances are against white king. I want to keep the queens on board, and maybe he came up with some idea after g takes f7, which we missed. I think d4 is you need to get rid of that pawn. And now, let's say rook f7. What do you do? I'm 2 pawns down, but I'm very active.
Yeah.
There is no pin. Maybe that is what he's aiming for.
Rook
if I take on f3, I would be very happy. But what do you do?
I don't know. It's difficult to assess this.
Black's compensation is very, very decent, don't you think? Take a look. All pieces active. That's his idea. Maybe he's right.
What about, let me see, do we have to take on f7?
What next move is f takes g. What do you do about it?
Yeah, I don't think
And
There
d4
is
is still a threat. You can maybe you can try to win this one
with f4.
somehow.
Oh yes, this is also possible, but
Okay, white still has some edge, but king is very exposed, so it's quite might be.
yeah, maybe this is a
Maybe this
is a
good.
better plan than take on f7.
Or g5 doesn't work, right? Takes,
Yes.
rook takes g5. So maybe rook e8.
Rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
But now maybe rook c1. Looks like
And
a
the
good
king
move.
escapes to e2.
Yeah.
Yeah. White is still should be better here, but that's better than that rook endgame, right?
Yeah.
Black at least has even number of pawns. So, oh no, g takes f7 was played, and now d4. So Adrian didn't choose
This is
queen
not
d4.
actually. I don't think he liked this position with f4. I don't know why, but as you said,
Mhm.
d4 after d4, it's a
It seems white has,
compensation. Looks like a compensation for black.
oh, he just came back to the board, Levon. I think he would play e takes d quickly. I don't think queen c5 could be an option here. Looks a little bit artificial, right? Queen c5.
Queen c5.
But then queen takes f3 is even good.
Yes, but queen c5.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
no. So I think we predict this would happen, and now I suppose rook takes f7. And even though 2 pawns up, but black's pieces are very active with decent chances for a draw. But of course white is better. That's
White is better.
that's
Pawn up.
2 pawns up.
2 pawns
Two
up.
pawns up,
One
so
is doubled. Still, he can give up one out, and
Yeah.
still he will be.
for
one
example,
out.
white can go just rook.
He took it.
He took it, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So we predict rook f7 now. So I think we can leave it at that. Nakamura
Yeah.
is fighting for a draw,
Yeah.
but with chances for success.
Yeah, you're right.
Comes scheme of Sisson. We left off at this position, knight bd7, rook e1, rook c8, bishop d3. I think queen b3 is the main move here. All right, bishop d3, h6, bishop h4, and bishop e7. Movsisyan retreats voluntarily because you know what he wants to do here? He wants to exchange those bishops. If black exchanges some pair of pieces, for example, now knight d5 or knight even, knight d5 is an option. If black exchanges that bishops and one more pair of pieces, he couldn't be even better. So, because, if you're playing against an isolated pawn, you want to exchange pieces, if not enough pieces for attack, you just have, white has a weakness and you don't. So,
Yeah.
so bishop b1 makes a lot of sense. Rook e8, queen d3, knight f8. At first glance, I really didn't like this position. We went to playing hall. Just black rook looked very crumbled over there. But next move really impressed me. You know, black exchanges, quite very famous maneuver in this position. Knight h5, forcing the exchange of that bishop, either for the knight after bishop g3 or for the bishop. And for example, white didn't take on e7. If I takes on e7, I think black can take with the rook. And then this knight goes back to f6, and then maybe goes to d5. And this knight on f8 is doing very good job, actually. Actually, I've never seen knight on f8 against isolated pawn. Have you?
Sometimes they are playing, you know. It's
I've seen against connected
actually-
pawns,
it's
but
actually-
it goes to g6. But for knight not to come to g6.
Also, it doesn't weaken the king side with playing
Yes.
g6. Instead
So-
of playing g6,
so-
you have knight f8.
I agree totally.
So it's how to attack the king
And
side.
also he's doing one more important job. There's never now knight f7.
Exactly.
So common combination with if this bishop from b1 gets to a2 or b3.
Yeah, because
very
it
common
controls
is knight
g6 and
f7.
h7.
It controls all the squares. h7 weak square, e6 weak pawn. So it's
And
passive, but it's
G6.
doing excellent job.
Yeah.
And black's play is rather easy. So Kamsky decides on knight bishop g3, h takes g. So because that bishop on e7 cannot control d5 square, that's why he kept the bishop instead of keeping the knight. And queen d6, a3, and now he transfers the bishop, and I think he prepares to break through with d5. This is the position. This is the position now.
Still white has a slight
initiative.
Yes, slight initiative because of this
knight very good on e5.
Space advantage.
Space advantage.
Strong knight on e5.
I think white has to consider now bishop a2. Bishop a2 and d5 on the next move, or maybe after some preparation, maybe even f4. Maybe
or maybe even after knight g4, d5.
Yeah, maybe.
Knight
so
g4.
maybe, but now if the bishop gone, this knight from f8 can go somewhere.
Yes, yes, but where? Because knight takes f7 also might be a trap.
Also, this is an option now.
Oh.
Takes, start exchanging everything that moves.
Then it will be equal. Of course, this is an option.
There's still not that easy because there's a problem with the d6 square. But there's also a back rank problem. So white doesn't have time, for example, for this because black at least has a perpetual. At least a perpetual.
But you know, I was thinking now that I saw this bishop takes e5. Maybe knight should go to g4.
You mean here?
Yeah.
So definitely now white has no attack anymore.
He cannot allow this exchange if he wants to have some advantage.
Yeah. But white's only idea to do something, I think, is to push d5 at some point.
Yes. So he has to move this knight on g4.
Or maybe do this.
f4, I don't know why I don't like it.
You don't like?
I don't know why. Because it weakens this, this
indeed.
diagonal of the bishop. You know, if he goes with the queen, and I will have to protect this g2 always with one of my pieces, you know.
Yeah, actually black still can take.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like it too much.
So maybe that knight has to go back now.
Knight g4, what to play?
f4 was played.
Ah,
f4 was played.
Why.
Knight g4.
Well, I was thinking of knight g4, but probably nothing. Bishop g5, again, what to play?
Yeah, forcing you
again
to go
f4 maybe. But now maybe I have a tempo, no? d5?
d5 loses
d5
the queen.
Is bishop c5.
That's
f5, is it possible f5? But what is this f5?
Bishop goes back to g5.
Yeah, exactly.
White could be worse.
So I don't think it's knight g4 also is not a solution.
So he played f4. He wants to
couldn't find anything
fixes the knight on outpost, and now he wants
maybe
to...
this is good because he threatens d5.
Oh, yes, he threatens d5 at any point now. But if black takes, he can take with f.
Yeah, that's why I mean...
Avoiding any exchanges,
exactly.
f7 is weak.
Otherwise,
knight is coming to d6.
Yes.
White could be better.
Yeah.
So black is not going to take right now, but white is better.
Is it possible g6 here?
g6.
But this f7 also, this will be very weak, yeah? Bishop a2 now.
Bishop a2, yeah. Yeah, I just...
bishop a2.
I'm going to go bishop a2. I'm going to move my king to h2, just in case.
Looks like... Well,
and then d5 at some point. White has initiative.
Yeah.
So unless black comes up with something. Maybe now it's time to do something about that knight. Maybe double the rooks on d5.
But I will just...
Maybe a6. Maybe a6 just...
First a6, yeah, you're right.
So that knight will never come to d6. White goes like this, for example. And then...
Maybe now take on d5.
A little bit passive position, but very solid.
Yeah. Knight g6 maybe now.
Knight g6.
In order to play knight e7. I mean, I'm just...
But then I will again try to give you checkmate. I go back, you know.
Okay.
I start again to...
This is also a problem for me.
Then g4, g5 is coming. This is not so good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that bad either, but... well, I think black's position is quite passive. I think white is better. White's easier to play for white. Black has no bishop e7 was played.
White has lots of, attacking chances, but on the other hand, black always has to defend, you know.
Yeah.
White has the initiative at least.
Yeah.
In this position.
Yeah. So I think white is better. Bishop e7, nice move, preventing d5, and now he wants to go back with the knight to f6.
Yeah.
That is my assumption. And then to d5 if possible, but still white is better. All white's pieces are excellent.
Okay, Mia,
So
let's move to another match if you want to.
okay,
Which one you like to go to?
let's take a look at Turkish team.
Okay.
What is going on
Let's see
board
Turkish
number
team.
1?
Board number 1.
So Ipatov play. We left off after King H1 and we said white is better.
Yeah.
Queen B6 was played.
Now I saw at that moment, I saw he played F5. And I was looking at...
No, he took on F6 and played F5.
Sorry, he took on F6 and then played
Very
F5.
surprising decision.
But I liked it.
You liked it, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Because there is this idea, you know, if you play G5, knight G3.
Knight
If you want,
H5.
let's see this.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so Queen B6, but I wonder why not just any... Oh, okay, that is maybe the problem. So for example, if white just plays B3, now white has to be careful with variations like, but this doesn't seem to work. Queen B4, maybe these are Queen B4 not good. Knight F6 is always. So why didn't he play B3? You know, just quiet move. Why did maybe Queen A6 he didn't like?
Oh yes, this
Queen
is a
A6.
good idea. Queen
And
A6.
then if Queen C2, then B5's coming.
Yeah.
And if exchanging,
Exactly.
that is usually never good.
Yeah, never good.
Never good.
So
And
it's a good, yes.
so Queen B6, nice idea.
Yeah, very good.
I liked it. So
I like this Bishop F6. Actually, it's a good idea.
and now F5.
What to play now? What did he play now? F5 against F5?
Played Bishop E5.
Bishop E5.
Queen H3, King G7, Rook F3.
Yes,
Queen B2, Rook F1.
yes.
Queen D2. Queen H4.
What is
Very
this?
risky. Very risky. White needs
Which
to
one risky?
for white. Black didn't have really a choice actually, so
But now
white needs to
he
get rid of
always
that
has
bishop.
this F takes G6. Now what to play?
So yes, now F takes G6 is threatening and Rook F7.
But
If black
why
goes
didn't
G5?
take it before?
The queen was on it.
Yes, the
Yeah.
queen is. Well.
So if black goes G5,
There is also G5.
G5,
Is it possible F6 check?
F6 check,
And then bishop
King
takes.
G6.
King G6.
And the queen has to go back, which is not that promising. So maybe Queen H5, preventing
maybe
F6.
first queen, but now bishop F6.
Now Bishop F6, and now maybe
Knight G3.
knight.
Is it possible knight
six.
G3? No, because it's this knight is hanging, yeah?
Knight G3 takes F6, King H7. I wanted to trick, takes, with the idea Queen H6. But unfortunately, it doesn't work to a simple move like that. So, the F7's hanging. No, this is just winning.
Yeah, mates.
So this is just checkmate. So just Knight G3, and next move is either E5 and Knight E4, or Queen G4 and Knight H5. It's a very strong attack, and black has only 12 minutes on the clock. I think black's in trouble. Even if there is a defense, black is in big trouble.
Yes, actually, it's interesting. Such an attack,
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure if that was that necessary. For example, what about A4 here?
It's another choice, yes, you're right. This
So
queen on B6 doesn't...
Queen A6 is no longer a threat. Queen B2 just loses to Rook B1. So quiet move A4. But now black unpinned for free. Now black can go 97. And
But still, white,
and white can just continue with his
even A5,
A5, Queen C7.
A6. Or,
A6,
A6,
B
B
takes.
takes A6. What
No,
about knight
A5?
B5? Knight B5?
Knight B5, Queen B8.
But now this
I'm gonna push you back now.
E5, can I play E5? And then D6. Will it be
Yeah,
something? Yes.
yeah.
Looks like it's
That's very good.
good compensation. Knight
E4,
is coming.
and you
Maybe
go.
queen c4, queen b3. Anything you like.
Yeah.
Or queen d5 even.
Oh, yeah. No, queen d5. Queen d5, knight f6, bishop
I
d6.
take bishop d7.
Bishop. Oh, d7. Okay. Yeah, queen d5. Yeah, this looks quite promising for white. So a4. a4 was a safe option.
Yeah.
I think. I don't see what is wrong with it. I don't see anything wrong. Just solid move. But Alexander decided to checkmate his opponent.
Mm-hmm.
He evaluated that this attack would be extremely strong.
Actually, it looks like strong attack.
And I hope he's right.
He
G5.
went to g5. Actually, it
No,
must
queen
be
f2.
queen f2. Now the threat is f takes g6, and probably knight f4 later on, or give check first and knight f4. I don't know which one. Yeah.
What if I play?
What to play knight?
What
Yeah.
if I play f6?
Oh, I don't think it's a good idea. Knight f4.
4.
Now rook. Yes. And now h4 is. Your queen will be in danger.
Yeah, probably. Takes. Take with the pawn.
I might even consider rook f3, or maybe take pawn, or maybe rook
pawn.
f3, maybe take the
No,
pawn.
this is. Yeah,
And
this
knight is coming
knight's
on.
coming to p5.
It's actually totally
Yeah.
disaster.
Very bad. So what else?
I don't like this position at all.
Okay, I will wait for you to take
h5?
G6. No, I wait for you to take on g6 and play f6 after that. So
When I take on f6,
on
g6,
I play f6. That's
but then I play knight f4,
and where do you go?
and the rook g3 is
Oh,
threat.
my queen. Okay, so my problem is my queen now. Yeah.
But rook g3 you can take on f4. But
Maybe I go back.
maybe not such a easy position.
Oh no, this is just the end.
Yeah.
This is the end. So, I don't know, even if computer or some analysis shows that black can hold, with now less than 9 minutes on the clock, for 19 moves to go,
Also,
or 20 moves to
also
go.
this tripled pieces on the f5 look so strong. Look how to,
That's why I want to block the tap
defend
somehow,
this.
but it doesn't work, I think. Yeah, so black is in huge trouble. I think after would win.
Yeah.
So board number 2, Abdel Solak, match Egypt, Turkey. All right. We left off at this point. Bishop g4 indeed was played, so e5 doesn't work. d5 was played, takes, g takes f. Very creative. G takes f, knight e5, a4. Where do white want to castle after a4?
He played a4?
He played a4. Looks strange. Why now? Why?
I really don't understand. Afraid of b5? I don't know why. Maybe afraid of
so
something.
he just grabbed some space on the queen side, but takes knight takes d5, knight d7, c3. He just leaves his king in the center.
Very strange,
Six,
very
21.
strange.
The problem is black also cannot castle short because
Yeah.
f4, f5 is coming.
Yeah, he's
very
afraid
quickly.
of this.
And black cannot castle long either. So these are, both kings are in elite.
But are you sure he cannot castle? Why not? Because e4 is hanging.
But e7 is also hanging.
Yeah, but e6. But then the
Or
h5,
maybe-
h5 maybe takes.
Hop.
Oh,
Okay, you can win my bishop, maybe.
Also there is this.
Maybe you can win my
Can
bishop.
I win it?
Yeah.
Bishop takes h5. Is it possible this move? No, I don't.
No,
I don't
no,
think
it
so.
doesn't work. Okay, so f4 doesn't work. Why didn't he castle?
Yeah,
Maybe white takes first,
So
and you take
knight
a zinga.
takes.
No.
Yeah.
And then I prepare f4 with, let's say, queen d3.
But looks so superficial, you know, artificial. This.
Yeah, yeah. Black can go b5 maybe. But still, if white comes to f5, that would be very dangerous. So,
But
and white's king is
after
safe in
f4, I have always saved this. Let's check. Let's play knight d7, for example.
Okay, so it seems
f4, I have always f6. No,
yeah, so maybe
you are losing lots of tempi now.
maybe I need to lose another tempo.
Oh, really? Now what can I play?
Okay, maybe queen c2 was more precise. Just not to get
Mm.
under attack if you do the same. And now f4, f5. At least
Now
it's clear what to do for white. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Maybe black should go this way.
Yes,
But
it's a
then-
good move. You are attacking on h4.
Yeah,
Now, if bishop g5, you can
bishop
play
f6.
bishop f6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that
I
was
don't.
not,
I don't think it was.
that was not.
It's a good attack here on the king side.
But it's actually kind of scary to
Yeah,
go
it's
with
scary, but
that. So he decided to do a useful move, rook c8, in always a useful move. Bishop went back, then he took on c5, queen c7, also a useful move, right?
yeah.
King f1, and now he wanted to go to an endgame.
Yeah, it's also normal. All this.
Takes.
Black is
Right.
solid.
Black is solid, but it's not a regular Sicilian endgame. You know, normally if the pawn was on a2, white would be worse.
Because of this a5 pawn, he still have some problems.
Yeah, I think.
On the
white-
b7, you know, this pawn is weak.
But that pawn on h4 is also very weak.
Yes,
You will
h4 is
just
weak.
take it now. Oh, maybe yeah. Maybe black is still doing very well. 95. Knight c6. Now king e7 maybe. King e7. Yeah, black is fine. That pawn
Black
on
is
h4.
fine, yeah.
If this pawn was on h3, I would
Mhm.
maybe prefer white. But
Mhm.
this pawn on h4, black is for sure fine and has more time. So
Yeah, so it's okay.
so Turkey is doing quite well. Let's see the game of the leaders. What
Yeah.
they say. Azerbaijan, Ukraine. Ivanchuk, Mamedov. Let's take a look what happened after b6. Rook e1 was played by Vasily. Do you know the idea of this move?
Rook.
e1 on
Let me go to the
13.
position. Rook e1.
Does
I
he
don't
leave
know.
the square for the knight to come to
Probably,
e3?
probably.
But does knight belong on e3? Under f5, f4? Maybe for the bishop, leaves the space.
Also, it's another waiting move.
Well, I would play b3, I don't know. All right. Queen e8, and now knight b5 was played. He tries to make use of those white squares.
Also, rook e1 in the future, if he plays f5, maybe takes f4, some kind of,
And the queen is on e8.
e8, yes.
So he anticipates queen coming to e8,
Yeah.
and he plays rook e1.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Queen e8, knight b5, rook c8, and a3. He doesn't want to lose the tempo on b3. Black prevents it, but now that pawn would eventually be lost.
Yeah.
So black has to be very quick. h5, knight b1, bishop h6, knight c3, knight b3, rook b1, knight d2. Okay, white is playing for a win. I was worried. Right, knight c5, went back. So we had, which position we had? This white played knight c3, and it was black to move. So black lost some tempos. Now it's white to move, but the pawn is no longer attacked
Yeah.
on a4. So bishop d3, knight e7, and rook e2. Now the pawn is attacked again. But white.
He says, I will take this pawn, whatever you do.
Well, if white doesn't take that pawn, white's just in
He
trouble,
wants to
right?
capture it, you know, for any cost.
F5.
Any cost.
Finally, bishop c2. And now f4. Knight e4, g5. And now these rooks look...
He captured it, but now the strong
these
attack.
rooks don't look good. I wonder why didn't he
Take on f5.
take on f5.
Yes,
Let's
actually
see
it will make more sense.
What was the problem?
G takes
I
f5.
suppose
Most
G
probably
takes
G takes f5.
And actually these rooks are not doing anything either. And the g5
But
is
knight
already
d4 is a possibility. Knight d4, but what is this knight doing? If the queen moves away,
You have no square to get in. Only
yeah,
to c6.
only
but-
the sacrifice on e6 or c6.
So maybe just bishop c2 now. But the problem is, how do you win that pawn on a4
But now,
without taking on c5?
yeah, but now
Just king h8, what do you do?
king h8.
How do you take that pawn? You can't really win it. If you take with the knight, I take here. That's not good, right?
Yeah,
That's not good. No extra pawn. And if you take with bishop also, I take, and take on b5.
yeah.
So it seems the only way to win that pawn is to give away this bishop, but that's not good. That bishop on h6.
There will be a
G8.
very strong attack now.
So very nice sacrifice by Rauf Mamedov.
Yeah, but
He gives away the pawn.
well,
just to win
actually,
the time.
he sacrificed the pawn, but I don't understand so many tempies he lost
Yeah.
in order to capture this a pawn.
Uh,
Ivanchuk played
you
so
mean for
many
white?
moves, you know,
Yeah.
with white. I mean, just to capture this pawn.
But because he doesn't want to give away, he can easily right away take on c5, take on a4 at any
Yeah.
moment, but he wants to avoid it because that bishop is important.
I think
But
he,
with this creative play, knight b3, knight d2, white, take a look, white needs to spend 1, 2, 3 more moves.
Yes.
That's huge.
meanwhile, look what black played. He
Yeah.
played knight h7, bishop h6, f5, f4,
Oh.
g5.
And now
G4.
knight b6. Take a look what's happened.
What happened?
Knight b6 happened.
Yes,
White-
yes, normal. He has to sacrifice something.
And now push the pawns.
Yeah,
So now, of course,
but the attack still is going on. You know,
yeah.
the attack is still there.
So let's.
He
take a look.
doesn't- he
It's
doesn't stop
really
the attack.
interesting.
He doesn't stop the attack. You know,
So bishop takes.
all the
yes.
pieces. You know, how many pieces? Look at the king side.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces will come to the
Yeah.
attack.
So for example, b4, black can even
Can even play g4.
g4, but maybe I can take.
You can take. Yes. Yeah, maybe g4 is too
Takes.
premature.
Takes. Maybe
f3.
3 rook. Maybe it's not working right
Yeah,
now.
maybe it's too
Maybe
early.
just on b4, just go away with the knight.
Yeah, knight d7.
But I don't want to block that bishop.
And what can we do?
Knight a6. Knight a6.
Maybe Ivanchuk played it well. This
It
is the last position.
The position on the board is this one.
Ah, queen g6. He will take on
and
it
he's
first.
maybe he's thinking about knight f5.
So many pawns.
Three
Actually,
pawns.
this is also good move.
Very good.
This might
Closing
be.
the
But
dead
knight
bishop.
takes c8 also looks good. You look,
No, but actually I find it scary. That's why he's thinking, takes
takes b4. What to do now?
b4.
And this attack, I don't know. Doesn't look.
Okay, let me just try
This
normal moves.
knight,
What do
you know,
do?
this knight.
Take
King
the
king
pawn or
h1. Let's say king h1.
g4.
Bishop h4. Let's make some defensive moves, you know. Bishop g5, maybe.
Not so many pieces left for attack.
Or maybe d6. d6 also is the threat, d6.
d6 I will have bishop d7 for the time being, maybe.
But then c5.
I take. B takes, knight takes.
But first the queen d5 check, maybe, I don't know. Queen d5 check, and then...
Yeah, it looks... So that's why he's trying to figure out whether he can keep his king safe.
Actually, he shouldn't have allowed, maybe, Mamedov.
Yeah.
This sacrifice, knight b6, he shouldn't have allowed it. This g5 might be...
What do you
This
do?
g5 might be a mistake. The more we look at the position, the more I don't like, I mean...
Maybe he thought that he has no bishop b5 here.
Maybe that's why he did it.
Maybe he thought he can take.
But knight takes, bishop takes,
and knight escapes.
And then...
And white is exchange up, and if you take without that bishop, you will not give a checkmate.
Exactly, and still many pawns.
So maybe he blundered knight d6, knight b6.
So
maybe queen...
I'm sure he blundered this.
So you proposed some quiet move like that, right? But then you are many tempos short. I take. What do you do? D pawn?
B takes. D takes, otherwise d6, huh?
B4.
B4.
I'm much quicker than you, don't you think?
You're right. Actually, you are coming very fast.
Very fast.
Wait a minute. Let's play c takes b4.
B4,
and g5. Let's see a couple of moves. Now the knight is hanging. Maybe knight a7.
Knight a7.
Okay, let's play rook. Rook maybe b8, because I'm attacking the pawn. And then I got a tempo. Oh, you are giving me the pawn?
Well, I will play knight c6 then.
Ah, yes. If I take, you are playing.
If I exchange that bishop on d7, I'm safe, right?
You are safe, but the pawns are equal.
Yeah. Maybe just white is better here. Maybe
white, yes, it looks like better.
Maybe white, and he decided that, all right, he can. That would complicate. Maybe which side wants the complications? The side that is in trouble.
Yeah.
Right. So I guess he already thought he's in trouble. That's why he didn't mind knight b6.
Yeah.
He didn't want to lose tempos like queen e7. So he does not mind these complications because his position is worse.
Yeah, but this is getting even, much worse.
Ivanchuk took the exchange.
It looks like a good move.
And played b4.
Yeah.
And g4, he played king h1.
But we analyze it. F takes, but still, king h1 is good.
King h1 makes more sense.
Of course, it's a good
F takes
move.
G, maybe black just moves away.
Yeah, it's a good. But now g3 is the problem. g3. But maybe you can just leave it there. B takes c5.
Yeah. If you take here, no attack anymore.
Yeah. There is still some attack, but...
No, but without that pawn, what can you do? You take.
Maybe h5.
I have
h4, and then...
I'm gonna play h3.
h3, but knight g5. I don't know, maybe not, no attack, you're right.
Yeah, so that's why he was thinking, he was evaluating this position, whether this attack is strong or not. My guess is it's not strong. If the king was on h8 and the rook was on somewhere on g8, that would be a strong attack. But now this, actually, how many pieces are attacking?
Look at Ivanchuk on the screen.
He's always in time trouble, but the position requires, so. I think white is winning.
What did he play? He played something.
We are waiting for.
Knight d7 he played.
Yeah, he played knight d7. Played knight d7. I think
maybe bishop h4 now.
Bishop h4 now. But then you can't play
Is it
c5.
a good move?
You can play. I want to play c5. I want to play very straightforward. What do you do?
g3.
g3. Bishop g1.
G takes h.
Bishop goes back. King h8. Maybe.
King h8 looks like a normal
King h8.
one.
Maybe c6.
Rook G8.
G8. Bishop H4. I think I'm winning.
You are? Yeah.
Seems like that. D6, D7.
Yes, actually you can protect this G2. It's not a big deal, you know.
Yeah. So maybe you don't take on H2, but what else can you do? If you go H4, my next move is H3, I guess.
H3.
And I have my rook on second rank just in case of the sacrifice. C5 was played.
Yeah, I think white
White should be winning.
should be winning this. Oh, the pawns are so, you know,
And white
far
is
away.
materially up.
Yeah, it goes, you know, C6, D6, everything is going, you know, D7. How can you combine the attack and stop these pawns moving, you know?
Maybe I give away a piece. Let me try knight G5. Your move.
They are checking, they are now, you know.
What do you do on knight G5?
From the body language of Mamedov, he looks very, you know, stressed.
Well, of course, in that position, who wouldn't be?
Yeah. He played knight G5?
I don't know. I'm
You just
proposing
played,
a move,
you
yeah.
played knight G5. Looks like a good move.
But on the other hand, the G file will open and white would be the for example.
Yeah, okay, let's play C6 or maybe D6, threatening C6.
All right, D6 takes.
Takes. And now
F1.
still tricky position, huh?
Maybe rook F1.
Rook F1. No, I was thinking, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking to play rook G1.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what is this, but
Takes and queen
yes,
takes, yeah.
and what is this ending? Maybe it's not something very special.
Maybe that's too optimistic.
Yeah, too optimistic maybe.
Takes.
Yeah, this is not something very special.
F3
You're right.
Just
Nothing,
might
yeah,
be just lost.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No need to play such kind of
So knight G5.
to
what
give
do you
back
do?
all this.
Maybe just protect that pawn with a quiet move like
Queen D3,
queen D3 or
Queen Rook D2. Did you play knight G5? No.
No, he
But
thinks.
looks like knight G5 is the most forcing move.
So I wanted to start with C6. With
You
the
want to
idea
start with C6?
If you take, maybe I take here.
No, but I don't take on F3. Why should I take? Why, I cannot play knight F6?
Knight F6. I was hoping for D6 here.
Yes, no, D6 is a good move.
And now you take. Now I go D7. What's
Yes.
going on? I have no idea. Maybe white is lost.
Is
that
it?
could be a viable option.
Knight,
White could just be lost here.
I don't
Or
think
white
so.
could be winning, who knows? I have no idea.
But it looks like white is winning, no?
D8 is actually threatening.
Yes,
That's the main
that's
threat,
main-
yeah.
Knight G4. What about knight G4 here? Queen F3? No.
No,
Bishop
I-
H4. But
Why-
bishop H4, I have bishop G5.
I take a pawn. I like
Uh-huh.
pawns. I don't know. Actually, I think the computer would give white decisive advantage, but Vasily has only 10 minutes on his clock. And in this position, actually, anything could happen. You know, it's quite very easy to blunder.
Yeah.
So
Under
I think
the
white
attack-
should be winning, but let's wait.
Okay. What
so
do you
let's
think?
go to board number 2 in this match.
Number
Safarli
two.
Korov.
Yeah.
It's
After
a draw.
this, let's draw. Safarli.
Safarli didn't manage to present any problems.
If you want, let's give a break after this
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. So we left off at this end game, which I evaluated in white's favor. But Korobov came up with a precise way. He goes knight e6. And now bishop e3 is not an option
Mhm.
because of knight g4, right? And now white takes the pawn. and he recaptures, takes, knight c5, and bishop f5. Bishop f5. And knight b7, of course, would be met with rook b8, rook b2. That's not good. That's why lone castle. And now f6 with the tempo. Bishop retreats, b6. Everyone goes back. And that's equal.
Nothing
so
left.
So he equalized very
easily,
convincingly. Yeah. Just so generally black should be worse, but in this particular case, it's quite precise, aggressive play. Knight e6. Maybe if white wants to play for a win, maybe that was the way to go. But that bishop might be misplaced. So I think a convincing draw by Anton Korobov.
Yes, very convincing draw.
Yeah.
Easily.
So just till let's go till the end. I think they just exchanged. Yeah, they just exchanged all the pieces.
Also, I'm thinking that seeing this form, he's in good form.
Yeah.
Korobov.
Yeah, he tried to get a safe position.
Thought that safe position, and
just
even if it's draw, okay.
Yeah, I think
because he's now, in good shape.
He's crushing, yeah. So it makes sense to get a position with no risk and try to push. He almost got it, but knight e6 and forcing all those exchanges seems to be correct. So
okay, and
I
let's
think
give
we would go for
a few minutes break.
And we'll go back closer to maybe time troubles. And maybe some results would be available. So we'll see you soon.
Okay.
Hello everyone. We are back with a live broadcast from World Team Chess Championship, and we have two guests here, Alexander Ipatov and Ezat Mohamed. They finished their game recently, so now Turkey is leading 1 point. Ipatov won with white. It was interesting attack. We analyzed it briefly, and please tell us about the game.
Yeah, when I know that I will play Ipatov, I try to prepare for him. He play maybe 3 or 4 systems as King's Indian. I prepare for him this system from book of Blogan, complete repertoire for King's Indian. It was good preparation, but I think I haven't seen much game on the line. So maybe I'm on move number 40. I miss what I can do on the board.
Okay, so you will tell us.
Okay,
what are your thoughts?
Well, it was a very complicated game. I'm not sure I was playing correctly. I sacrificed the pawn. I gave up the bishop pair, but I got some strong attack on the king side in exchange. And my opponent was in time trouble, so I tried to play as quick as I can. And in time trouble, my opponent just blundered.
So let's see what happened.
Yeah, well, in the first round, I played against Ralph Mohamed of knight f3, castle, bishop e2. So I decided to play the other system, bishop d3, castle, knight g2. Well, I had to look at knight c6, castle e5, d5, knight d4, take, knight e2. This I refreshed before the game.
I think Musenko won the crucial game in the last one.
McShane against McShane.
McShane,
yes. He beat many players here, Musenko.
Okay.
So when he was today watching my game, I wanted to ask him about the advice, but unfortunately it's not allowed because he's a profi in this system. So c5, d5, e6, and now we get some kind of Benoni. So bishop g5, h6, and if I remember well, I played against the commentator Mikhail Alexenkov like 4 years ago. I lost with white. I think here I should have played better. I should have played knight h5. Against you I played knight f5.
To be honest, knight f5 and I got advantage.
Yeah, and black won. So knight h5 I remembered something like this.
Yeah, but we can previous 2 to 3 moves.
Yeah.
Here,
here.
No, in the game instead of e take d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, e take d5 not the correct move. I think here knight d7.
immediately.
Yeah.
Can I take? I don't know. It looks like I can try to use your vulnerable pawn.
But the knight will be in e5 and I'll play g5.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because here after castle, knight e5.
Yeah.
f4.
Yeah.
Not knight eg4, knight d3.
And?
Okay. And ed5.
It's same
Yes,
with the game.
it came
the
to
game.
the game.
Yes.
Same.
Yes.
Okay, if you return,
Yeah.
what happened in the game that I take first.
Yes.
So then you take
Yes.
knight d7,
Yeah.
castle,
Knight e5.
knight e5,
Bishop c2. Yeah.
bishop c2.
Yeah, it's
You
possible.
can play bishop c2 here. So you have the chance to play it to
keep my
to
bishop
steal,
here.
yeah, to keep
What
your
about
to-
g5, knight
Yeah.
h5 here?
Yeah.
yeah, but
Is that a
okay.
theory? Because I'm not aware of it.
Yeah, but I don't know, but maybe it's good for black. But I mean that in the preparation, I see that
You check bishop c2.
yeah, bishop
Okay.
c2. It's
Okay.
maybe f4, maybe queen d.
But here I remember the game of Vladimir Georgiev. He beat some player like 5 years ago.
With
I remembered knight g4. It was the game. I think, if I'm not mistaken, queen c1. Check. Bishop f2. Knight g4, bishop g1, and it
Yeah.
seems black cannot do anything. I just want to play rook f3 or h3, something like that. This is what I remembered. So yeah.
yeah,
What you took
I think
You
took.
and rook e8. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think king f1 is a good prophylactic move.
Yeah,
Because
how did you evaluate this position? Because we were very optimistic about white's chances.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, if I don't play aggressively, I mean, black will be just better because he has bishop pair and possibility to advance his pawns on queen side and create that attack against e4 pawn. So I have to play very aggressively. So I took already
Okay.
some obligations.
We actually considered king h1, but with the idea knight g1, and
Knight
knight
g1.
f3 and e5.
But maybe he can take knight e4, bishop f5. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, not on queen b6. I mean, just
yeah,
generally to have, because this knight on e2 is misplaced.
Yeah, but
For example, if black plays some a6, b6.
really,
that
what?
is-
Well, I was considering on the knight goes to g3, rook to e1 and e5,
and then
then maybe if he takes, maybe even bishop f6 or f5.
okay,
This
maybe
positional
maybe,
pawn
yeah,
sacrifice.
Yeah, okay.
But queen b6 is quite unpleasant because now I have to decide. If I don't take, maybe my opponent maybe would like to play knight h7. For example, if you play knight g3, you can play knight h7. And you want to play g5. And
We were actually considering a4. in this
so maybe
position.
Georgiev played a4. I remember this tricky
Because I guess queen a6 is another idea for black in this
Queen
position.
a6, yeah.
But now it doesn't work, right?
Because
Yeah.
knight b5.
No,
Yeah.
no, it can work.
Oh, maybe queen a6 works anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you move the queen away, and black doesn't have b5. That's the idea.
Maybe.
Because
Yeah.
if on any other move we thought queen a6 and b5 if queen moves and counter chances. But maybe a4 we consider just a safe way to play the position. But what you chosen?
I saw this move, yeah, but
Mm.
I spent like maybe 20 minutes on this position and I thought that I have to play this move. Maybe
Okay.
it's not good. I think computer won't like it because I
Mhm.
give up my bishop pair. I play f5. I also gave up my e5
Yeah.
square.
But computer is not very good at evaluating long attacks that with no like in
Yeah.
King's Indian, you know.
But I don't have enough material. I already exchanged some pieces. I
Oh,
give up
yeah.
e5 square and he has bishop pair. What did you think about this position?
I was thinking on two move, bishop e5,
Mm-hmm.
g5.
And g5, maybe.
I don't know g5 what it can
G5.
the game
Yeah.
come to.
I think I want to play anyway queen h3. Queen h3.
And then knight to h5.
Yeah, and that's knight to
King
g4.
h7.
No, king
King
g7 not good. maybe.
h7.
Bishop g7.
No, king h7.
King h7.
That's,
Okay.
mhm.
Maybe it's anyway.
Why not waiting move rook b1? And
Yeah,
then
maybe.
Just why don't you like that pawn?
Yeah, I just want to give up everything, which is not good. Maybe it's also possible to think like queen h5
And now king g7.
and bring some houses.
Yeah, this is what
Yes.
I were afraid. Knight d1, knight e3.
By rook e4, I mean I have to find some
knight
correct
e3
moves.
no, knight
No, but rook
e3.
b1. and
Yeah, rook
then
b1.
b1.
Bishop d7.
Bishop
let's-
d7.
Knight g3.
Yeah.
Knight e3.
And then queen moves back to h3.
No, maybe knight d1, knight f2, knight g4.
Maybe.
Maybe
Then e4, knight e4.
bishop
No, but
e4.
now queen g4, h4, knight h5 very big. And
Yeah, yeah.
Fs. Maybe not queen g4.
So
maybe
black cannot
queen
really take make
Bishop
a use of
e5.
this.
Bishop e5.
Right here. Can I?
f6.
F6 is winning right away because king moves here.
If-
Either I take here. I
That's
take
it. Game over.
Bishop
Yeah.
e5 is
Yeah.
very.
Yeah. So maybe G5 was not good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were actually quite optimistic about your chances, at least practical chances,
Yeah.
because of the time trouble.
Objectively, I was not happy with my position, but I was trying to
King g7 maybe.
king G7 here. I saw maybe. Queen F3, something like this. Or knight F4. If Queen F3, you play Queen D8, right?
Yeah,
Maybe something like this. Yeah. Well, you had many opportunities. I just wanted
But
to create some problems.
I don't want to enter the king to the
to G7.
to g7
Yeah.
to not be on the file of the f file. So bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop is a good move. I consider it the best move. Yeah. First, I want to play rook f3. I want to play immediately rook f3 and rook f1. But my queen is somehow misplaced on d3, so I decided to put it on h3. Here it also looks misplaced because I can never play f6 or take on g6. But on the other hand, my opponent cannot play bishop d7 and
Yeah.
not finish development because of 6 check. So it was like prophylactic move. Here I'm just forced to play rook f3, I think. Take. Because you could have played also queen d8, but now I'm...
No, that attack would be very strong.
Without
Yeah.
any.
Just you will bring the knight to d3
Yeah,
or
somehow.
c4, get rid of that bishop,
Should
and
be,
that's it.
But maybe my opponent can play bishop d7 now.
b5.
Yeah. But at least I'm attacking with equal material.
Yeah, with
Yeah,
equal
yeah.
material.
Exactly.
That's what I was
And
trying-
knights are better than bishops in close position.
I mean,
right?
bishop e5 is strong. If I exchange
Well,
him,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah,
So,
so it's
Take.
double-edged.
yeah, queen d2.
Attack without pay anything.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, queen h4.
Queen
move.
h4.
Yeah, I was playing immediately. You were playing
Yeah,
moves, I was
yeah.
playing immediately because I wanted to get
To
you
get
time
ma-
trouble.
Is it a good way to deal with your opponent's time trouble?
Yeah, of course it is. Now, chess is a practical game, so objectively it's a draw anywhere you play, so I was trying to create some
Queen g5.
yeah, queen g5 and queen f2, yes. So
Queen f2.
I
Yeah,
hit
we
center
were
in
very
the-
optimistic
I
about
went
white's
to
attack
take
here.
in
Yeah.
no, gf5,
G5.
e5.
I mean, here you could have played g5, I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
f6.
Right here, king g6.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Queen h5. we
Yeah, I
can
saw
say.
this.
And there's no
F-
difference.
Really?
Uh,
It's not?
I don't know.
Bishop,
F6
bishop,
coming, what
bishop,
do you do?
bishop.
It's not defense.
What
no,
about
no, no,
f6?
no,
Right here, no, just
No,
No,
bishop
F6.
f6.
king h, rook
Ah,
h8.
bishop f6. It's.
Any of this move?
Well, f6, I mean.
Yeah, but I don't have rook h3. It's not so clear. I cannot move my knight because I will lose the other one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so clear. I mean, and maybe he wants to play g4, queen g5. I don't know.
Yeah.
That was possible.
I don't know, looks very dangerous,
It
but
looks, it does.
maybe that was...
Yeah, because his queen is very good
Yeah.
place here. So g5 was also interesting. Maybe it's
Yeah.
not good.
G5, queen g4.
And g5, queen g4. Okay. h5. I think I have to resign. Not yet. I mean, because if you take rook h8, check king g8.
Yeah.
Well, I have to take anyway.
You have to take, then return.
Maybe yeah, I have to play queen g4. Maybe rook h4, no?
Rook h4, the queen.
And I think white is losing.
Yeah. So
Maybe rook d1, queen d1.
No.
Yeah.
So g5 maybe here.
Yeah, so
No, but
g5
of course
had some sense, yeah. But queen g5 is the most logical move. You retreat with your
Yeah,
queen.
it's the most logical move to return with the
Yeah,
queen.
queen f2, yeah. And again, you have
F6.
problems because I want to invade.
f6.
You know, other move was to take
Is
it.
this a take? Take by.
You wanted to play this move, yeah. But here, maybe king h7, knight e4, and I say, so here I'm not sure where it's good, rook f4. So if you take knight f6 check. So if you retreat, maybe I'm bringing the
No,
other
but
knight to
this
h5.
looks winning.
Yes,
Yeah.
looks. But I'm pawn down still, yeah, but should be winning.
No, not take. Don't bring the knight on here.
But queen g7, for example, I mean, if you play bishop d7 rook g8, I'm not sure that white is winning, so I have to play very aggressively, for example, like this, and here I saw the move rook g3.
Again.
It's interesting, I'm not sure it's good.
Or
Take.
maybe knight f6 intermediate.
No, knight f6, here, yeah, like this, queen g5,
Oh, queen g5.
yeah, and I don't have even queen d4,
Mm-hmm.
so I have to play, to take with my knight, And knight f6 is a threat, so I know what to do. Maybe it's not good. Maybe I'm just blundering something.
Maybe king h8.
Yeah, maybe king h8. Simply. Maybe rook g1, knight h5.
Maybe rook, maybe h3, rook f4, rook g4.
Like here, rook a1.
No, h3.
h3 first. Okay. Well, maybe bishop d7.
No, but knight f6.
No.
The g3 knight.
No.
Rook
Rook
g5.
yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Rook 1 to rook g4.
And knight h5. Yeah, should be winning on dark squares. Yeah. So you played f6.
Yes.
Well, I was considering also knight b5, but I didn't want to let you to calculate for long, so I played knight a4 quite quickly. So knight b5 was a possibility.
Are you coming to e6 or want just to win in exchange?
I don't know, but I don't think this move is good at all.
Bishop d7, I guess.
Yeah, any move, yeah.
That's why you don't need that exchange.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. So I saw the opportunity, so I played knight a4. So here you had, I think, just two moves to take on f4, just take on c3. I think so. So you played bishop takes c3 and bishop f4, rook f4. You must take, and here just take. I also saw rook f3 was the idea, rook g3, and if you play f4, rook f4.
No, yeah, we consider something like
But
that.
that's much stronger, but knight comes to e4 and just lost.
That's lost.
And if bishop d7, then I'm trapping your queen with h4 and
And
g4.
g4.
Yeah, so bishop c3 was quite unpleasant. I mean, you had 1 minute, and I had to start thinking here. Because I had rook g3.
You played rook g3?
I played rook
I play rook e4.
Here, rook e4.
Maybe, no, bishop d4.
Bishop d4, yeah, I saw something.
Bishop d4 first.
Yeah, and if rook takes, you play, will take.
Yeah.
Exactly, I saw it, yeah, because I didn't play. It's too much, so I took on c3.
Rook e4.
Yeah, and rook e3. I just want to exchange all your pieces which are playing and to leave you.
Here, maybe I can play queen. Yeah, this
So,
enter this.
I was calculating mostly this variation because take. Well, I think you must take with the bishop because if you play some move like b5, I just check, and I play rook h7, and I won't take with here.
Yeah, I take with.
So you take, and here there is move g4, not rook e7, of course. And now you can go to d7 because of check. So you must go somewhere to b1 maybe to take and to take all the pawns. So I check. Here you mainly have two moves: king g8 to king f8. For example, king f8. I take.
But this looks winning.
Yeah, and I just take and protect my pawn on d5. But he has 3 pawns. He has 3 pawns. I mean, it's not so clear. King g8 and here rook f6, of course, because if rook b7, then I cannot defend pawn d5. And I thought it should be winning.
No, rook d8.
Rook d8, maybe. It's possible that not so clear. Maybe I should go back. I mean, rook f2.
Maybe rook e6. Then bishop a2, bishop d5 check. Sorry.
Really? Why not?
First bishop a2.
Yes, a very unclear position. I mean, bishop a2, yeah. Take.
Bishop g6, king f7,
Take.
king e7.
I mean, it's very unclear. I'm not sure white is winning. Maybe black.
No, I wanted to take on d6, but you take on d5
Exactly,
first. Yeah.
So maybe black should have gone for this
To
position.
to
Yeah.
this.
But it looks winning. I don't know.
Maybe it looks, yeah. At least white can.
I don't know.
win.
Rook takes b7. Just take. Bishop a2, rook g6, rook h6.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
Of
rook
course,
a7.
of course.
Mm.
It's winning, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. So rook e5, yeah. Because if you play, for example, queen f5, then
Check and checkmate.
exactly yes. No, it's not check. It's not checkmate. I mean, I'm just promoting the pawn.
Just
Yeah, I don't want to checkmate because I should play queen f7 and e7, I think, and then queen f8.
No,
Yeah.
why you give check from here?
Maybe
but
queen
this
f5.
No,
Queen
return,
f7. Yeah,
no. This is
Return.
winning.
yeah.
return, even from h5.
Knight h5. You mean it's mate?
Yeah.
Maybe. It's possible.
This is
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Yeah. But I just saw that I can win that
Mhm.
position.
So from h5.
Is it necessary to take on e4 here?
Otherwise, I play rook g3.
Okay.
Just
Just the queen.
yeah. At least
okay.
black takes some pawns, and I have to find something.
Mhm.
Otherwise, I'm material down. So rook
Rook
a5. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
maybe a good move. Yeah.
Rook e5.
And if I check, just a minute.
Ah.
Bishop is
Yeah.
6. Take, and you take with this pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And queen is 7.
No problem. Yeah. We,
Okay.
Maybe
No,
queen
but
F-
this
maybe
is still
queen
losing.
F5.
For whom?
No,
For black.
Really?
Queen f7, I don't know. Isn't this rook endgame lost? Rook d7.
Well,
We should calculate more precisely. E7 is now a threat. You don't have time for. Rook
Rook
e8.
I'm not sure.
Sorry. Okay, rook takes.
rook
Back.
C8.
E7.
maybe.
Probably winning.
Yeah, but it's very difficult. I wouldn't gone to this position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did the game end it?
Rook e5. And
Rook
rook
g3 and the queen is trapped.
yeah, but rook e5 was best move, but
Maybe you play queen C1.
queen c1, no, queen e5, bishop g4. I mean, 3 pawns.
And
Yeah.
well, what was the winning move here?
I'm not sure it's black white is winning.
Oh,
White is
really?
better. Yeah.
Okay.
So after rook e4, just you blundered queen
Yeah,
e check.
this-
So yeah.
this is
Oh yeah, and checkmating. Okay.
Because we
Just
saw
show
queen
us the
e5.
variation
rook
with queen
E5
f4.
maybe rook
No, with
E5.
queen f4. Just show.
rook
for-
E5 maybe rook E5 again maybe it's instead of rook F4 rook
Mhm.
E5.
Yeah, of course.
This
Because-
is what maybe give black some alive.
Yeah.
Take with G. Bishop G4. This is what I will calculate.
in rook e5, yeah.
Rook F5. This is what I will calculate.
That's
Mhm. Still not clear.
that's it.
Yeah, well, rook F5.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, black.
No,
can
no,
try
no.
to call.
Maybe
No, but this is very good for black.
Yeah.
for black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so very unclear game. Probably the computer will tell us
Yeah.
the truth.
Of course.
Thank you for coming.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Concentrating the game.
no problem.
You see this?
Yeah.
Açtım.
John, make it. Now you start. Okay.
Hmm?
Now you start.
Okay.
Hello everyone. We have here with us Mr. Levon Aronyan. He just finished his game. He won against Nakamura in a very convincing style. Congratulations. Can you please show us your game against Nakamura?
Well, the start is the Queen's Gambit. I think most of the players and amateurs are acquainted with this opening. And this is actually a topical line. Bishop d3 is kind of it's a normal move, but people mostly prefer to play bishop e2. I had some idea like this, castle and bishop c2. I looked at this quite a long time ago, and I think there are maybe 2-3 ways for black to equalize, but this was one of the variations. What happened? I mean, this bishop b3. The question is, of course, can black take the rook? But
we
in
just analyzed this variation.
yes, but in fact, it's losing for black. If I
Yes.
remember correctly, it's the e4 or even bishop
Knight
c2.
even
We considered knight
knight
g5
g5
and
and
e4, but
Yeah.
maybe we were
You
You
wrong.
can play
I don't
even
know.
knight g5 and then e4, no?
There are many ways to win, so
Mhm.
that's why it doesn't work. So till this point, I think Hikaru was playing pretty much all right. And here I didn't remember the move rook a d8. I think my analysis went with rook e8. And it's a complex position. I think white obtains a slightly favorable endgame at some point. So, yeah. And after this, I felt that h5 has to be played. Yeah, because bishop e6, I thought that is not good for black. Although black simplifies and gets his pieces out, still the pressure on the g6 point is perhaps too much to handle for black, because also in cases like this, queen b4 can be a bit nasty, because the pawn structure is not easy to defend.
It's really interesting. You are attacking on the king side, but at the same time on the queen side.
Yeah,
You are playing on the
yes.
both sides of the board.
Yeah, I
It's
think
really nice.
I think it's easy to miss the h4 move, this idea, when you're playing the game. So that's why
Looks like harmless, but actually it's very
yeah,
harmful. Yeah.
that's why I think somewhere here Hikaru went astray. So
Maybe he didn't pay too much attention to this move, h5.
it's not easy to see that h4 h5 may be a viable idea, you know. So here I had an alternative to play queen to b4, but then it seemed to be too messy. I was considering something like this. I probably have to move the rook to protect bishop b2, and then knight d7, rook a5, and bishop a6. So, all right. I mean, it's still possible for white. It should be good for white, but I didn't want really to allow Hikaru to get a position in his style, you know. So that's.
Can you play knight h2, knight g4, something like this?
Yeah, perhaps. But then c5 is coming. Somehow this rook on
c5.
a5 is
Yes,
is a bit
he can block
out
this,
of the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
So I thought to settle for something safer. And yeah, because if black does something like this, his position is unpleasant here. I can simply play knight to d4. And you know, even removing the knight from the board still doesn't really help black with his queenside problems. The pawns are just hanging
And the
too
rook
much.
turns out to be fine on a5.
Yeah, it's a funny rook.
If the
yeah.
pawn was on b2, maybe that wouldn't be so good, right? But with the
Sure,
pawn-
sure. And then I in different times of the game I had this maneuver with rook on a5, rook a4, rook f4. I was pleased with that. So bishop g4 was an interesting try, I think, because I couldn't really see how he's going to proceed. Because with the rook on d3, this might win in strength. Because now after knight d7, rook a5, the pawns
a7 and b7
on the
attack,
seventh rank are extremely weak, and the rook on d3 is not clear what it does there. So I think he had some other moves here, but I felt that bishop g4 is pretty logical. And then I thought that Hikaru is opting for knight d7 with the idea to do something like this. It looks pretty logical. Now if I take on a7, knight on c5 is very dominant and black gets a counterplay. So my thought was to play a4, and I still think it's rather unpleasant for black, because even something like king f6, I'm not going to take the pawn. I'm just going to play something like bishop c2, rook to b1. I'll kind of provoke more weaknesses.
Yes.
And then the g6 pawn is hanging at times. Also, in fact, I don't even have to protect the f3. I can go rook b1 straight away. And after he takes, even a move like bishop c2 is interesting, because protecting this pawn is very difficult. So this what I thought was in mind of Hikaru, but this was interesting actually.
Knight d5.
Yes, because now takes. Yeah, it wasn't easy to figure out what move to do, because rook d1 looks like a good move, but I got a bit greedy here. Decided to take this pawn.
Actually, we considered queen d4 here.
Yes.
Just
it's
f takes g and f4, maybe slight
Yeah, I like
edge,
that.
but
Yes, we
Mm.
considered this move instead of taking it. It was also an interesting idea.
Yes, somehow I think I've missed something here. I also considered only d4 or only rook f7, but it appears that here, what Hikaru told me after the game, that he has a move like rook e3, which is a very, very beautiful move. Maybe it's a strong move. And after takes, king f6, rook d1, he can actually take rook f7. This is something I've missed.
Attacking the rook and the f3 pawn, eh?
Mhm.
If you take on the...
Yeah, so I
That's
would have to
interesting.
play something like king f2.
but what about rook b5 at the end of the variation? Takes
yeah, but
king e6, rook b5,
yeah,
rook f3, rook b7, rook e3, rook a7.
sure, but that should
But
be a
we-
draw with the rook on e2. The h pawn is fast to come. You won't be able to win that. The king is too active.
King is cut, yes.
So I would have to play something like king f2, but obviously drawing chances are pretty high for black. My plan is to make him move his king to e6, then play rook h1, rook h5. It's still unpleasant for black, but he might survive this. So maybe here, I think I went... Yeah, maybe taking on f7 was too greedy. And after after he missed this chance, taking on e3, I think the rest is fairly easy.
b5. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I'm ignoring everything now because his king is open.
Yeah, he has
And-
to move the king.
And if he moves the king, then
The checks can come in.
yeah,
Mhm.
rook e1, my king on f1 is extremely safe. So, and this endgame is very difficult. I don't think it's possible to survive, and I think this is already hopeless because I will just give him this pawn. For example, the important thing to assess is this position, and once you once you understand that this in fact is not possible and black is losing because I'm just moving my pawn, yeah, the rest is a matter of technique.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, great game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
coming.
you for coming.
Thank you
Thank
for
you very
coming.
much.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Hello everyone again. We had some guests, especially Levon Aranyan, who explained how did he beat one of the strongest players nowadays, quite convincingly, I think. So actually now in the central match, I mean Armenia versus USA, Armenia is winning 1-0. The rest of the games are still in progress. And even though they are not leaders of this tournament yet, but that is definitely the key match for getting to know the new world champion, or maybe old world champion. So on the first board, Aronian won against Nakamura. Let us see what's going on board number 2. In this match, I think we left off after f4 was played and bishop e7, and we evaluated this position as with initiative for white. So bishop a2 was played and a6. We predicted these sort of moves, and maybe next logical move could have been king h2, but Kamsky came up with rook d3 move. Rook d3. Okay, missed a little trick here. So let me show you. For example, king h2 positionally that is a good move. Preparing d5, putting the king onto a safe square, but suddenly there is a trick. Bishop takes a3, pawn takes a3, and queen c3, and black's winning. And this became available only because black just played a6. Of course, right here, just for those who do not see it, knight b5 fork, and white is winning. So that's why black played a6, prophylactic move with a small tactic. So my colleague Jan is coming to us. So a6 was played. Actually, you see, John, we missed a little trick over here. We considered a6 move, but purely from positional point of view, right? Just to protect the b5 square, useful move, etc. But actually now bishop takes a3 is threatening. We completely missed it. You know, we considered king h2 or some slow moves. So this was in the game. It was played, and white played rook d3, a little bit not orthodox move, but just to prevent bishop a3. That's a huge threat, bishop a3, which we missed. So rook d3 was played, bishop d6, and now king h2, as we predicted. And now bishop takes e5 was played. Of course, white takes with the f pawn. White doesn't want to exchange all the pieces on d file. F takes, and black doubles the rook. Doubles the rooks. Rook goes back to d2. On d3 it was misplaced, covering the diagonal for the bishop and everything. Doubling the rooks, and now knight e2. Knight is transferring to h5, I think. Or at least to f4, to maybe push d5, put some pressure. So I think white is still better. Knight f4, knight g5. Black's knight got an excellent outpost, but it's not clear what to do next for black. All black's pieces are well placed.
Is it possible to play d5?
I'm not sure that white is ready.
What is the idea? I don't know. Yeah, right. Maybe you just take d5.
You mean d5
bishop
here?
Takes d5. But I don't think it's working. Yes, it's not a good idea.
e6 not scary because there is a knight on g5.
I don't
so this is like a quiet position, maybe with slight edge for white, or maybe already not. All black's pieces are so well placed. So white plays slowly, bishop b1, queen c6, rook d1, bishop a8, g4, bishop b7.
I think black is waiting, so maybe there
because there's not much black can do.
He wants to make draw.
Of course. So
nothing to do.
All black's pieces are fine, but no plan available. The only one that comes to mind is b5, a5, b4, but that might backfire with this square on c5 being weak.
Also, he's afraid that any time white can push d5. You know.
Yeah, so he has to be really
careful.
careful.
Scary for him.
Yeah.
So he wants to control.
Oh, and that is what happened. Bishop b7, d5 was played.
Oh, he played.
Maybe, Kamsky. Maybe Movsisyan was in time trouble. That is my guess. And Kamsky decides to complicate things before the time trouble. Also, the position
in the match, you know, Aronian
won. Kamsky
won against Nakamura, so he needs to win. I don't know the other two games. Can you check the other two games?
They are still in progress.
So probably they are not doing very well, so he wants to force.
And actually d5 is the only idea here for white, isn't it?
But
black doesn't have a real good plan.
He could have waited for a while. I don't know what.
Maybe he decided that it's the best moment. Let's see what happened. E takes d, rook d4, positional sacrifice.
Well, this is, I don't understand.
c7, bishop
I really
a2.
don't understand.
Bishop a2, so that pawn is falling, alright.
He's taking it back.
He's taking back the pawn, but now black moves his pieces to another weakness.
It's a good idea.
No, black should be for this knight on g5 is excellent.
Black is better now.
Maybe not better.
Stuff.
What can you do? You want to win the pawn on e5.
But look at the king's position.
Yeah.
On h2, and this g4 pawn.
Yeah.
And the knight is very strong. You know, I don't have any attack on this position.
Bishop c4 was played. Yeah, white is trying something.
What is the white's plan? There is no plan.
Well, now the position is open. Plan is
with this g5 knight, you know.
Just try to get
everything. F7 square, h7 square.
He tries to do something on the queen side. For example, if you play a5, bishop b5, and releasing the pressure from e5 pawn, and then. And if you go b5, I guess that would follow. Now that those pawns may become vulnerable, where is he going? So, but the question, bishop d3, and you have a back rank problem. Just to illustrate, rook e5.
Yeah.
If not,
he will sacrifice the queen.
So, no, there is check.
Comes with the check.
It comes with the check.
First, maybe.
What's the idea?
I don't understand.
Rook c5 would be met with f6. Wait a minute, what about this move?
What
Rook
threaten?
E8.
I
I'm
cannot
threatening
go
rook
back to
C8. You
E8
should
and
go
then
back.
I'm a pawn up.
You are pawn up, but
I don't see this is
no, but I have a full compensation.
how.
What do you do? Rook and bishop. Knight is now a little bit out of play, and you have a weak pawn on a6. This should be a draw, I guess. But white has...
G6, for example.
I don't know. This. Or maybe bishop. Somewhere. I don't know. I'm not sure yet.
A5.
5, and I win back. Okay,
No,
now
I
you
can
got...
play A4.
Sorry?
A4.
A4.
I don't want to give this fall.
Okay.
Bishop D3.
No, this is just constant compensation. Even if you keep this pawn, I'll still be
You will
very
attack.
active.
Keep on attacking.
So that's maybe his idea.
But
Actually-
this is at this minimum draw for black. I mean, you can also attack this G4 pawns after pushing B4. You know, B4. I give up this A4 pawn. And
Yeah,
then,
maybe.
Then G4 pawn is weak. You know.
I would say dynamically equal position. What do you agree?
I prefer black actually.
Yep.
I don't know why, but I
Mhm.
prefer black because of this.
If white manages to exchange queens, I think white would be better, because now white's king is more vulnerable, and queen plus knight is very good pair. So if we exchange queens and I get active pieces, white would be fine.
Actually, if I were playing in Kamskin's place, you know, I wouldn't go for this.
Endgame.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't force to play this. I think it's forcing too much this.
But I think
if
white will always have enough activity, right? Like.
Let's see the other games.
Okay, I think this is dynamically equal.
They are. How are they doing?
Akopyan on Nishchuk.
Movsesyan and Akopyan. Let's see what are they doing.
Akopyan on
Akopyan
Nishchuk. That's
Nishchuk,
just a draw. I don't know what is he hoping for here.
Probably Akopyan is draw. The other game.
I don't see any. 1 second, let me check. The knight can come to f6, but then always bishop d8. This seems like a fortress.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
just.
Okay, let's consider this as a
And
draw.
the last game, Akopyan Sargsyan.
What is this?
Akopyan Sargsyan.
Looks like white has a
White has clear edge.
Maybe that's why.
White has a clear edge.
Actually,
That's-
if it's white has a clear edge here, it means that
That's why Akopyan
America has a clear
has
edge
a-
on that game. So maybe he didn't have to force this game. But of course, you never know. It can be draw.
Yeah. So
But white
actually,
is a clear edge. How what is a clear edge? Knight c5, for example. This is white's turn.
no, just yeah, it's white to move. But rook c7 was played, so I guess knight c5 was available here also. What do I do? Well, from general principle, rook and bishop is better than rook and knight, plus for white, right? Much better pawn structure.
But
One
knight
pawn
c5,
island.
f takes e5 now.
Oh yes,
We
of
forgot
course,
this.
yeah. So just three. I can see three reasons here. Rook plus bishop is better than rook plus knight.
Mhm.
Better pawn structure, one pawn island versus three pawn islands,
Yeah,
and weak pawn on g6.
you're right.
So
I agree.
that's why white is clearly better.
And
But
all these pawns on the bishop's color.
yeah, that's
H5
not good for black.
and G6.
Now
are
bishop-
Really
So
weak.
rook c7. Now, for example,
Bishop B3.
bishop b3 could follow. Okay, a bishop f7 could be
But
met with
bishop
knight
B3,
f8
huh?
for now. But white is pressuring for
Knight
sure.
F6. Is it no?
Knight f6, rook at d1.
check.
That's it.
It's
So
not good.
black is in trouble. Black is.
Actually, black is
I think
has
black
to
has
wait.
to do something like this,
yes, and
and then white may try to get in with the rook somehow. Always black has to be careful with. I know f5 is not really good. Takes knight f6. So maybe black's holding
Still
a draw,
holding.
but clearly white is better.
yes.
So USA has some chances to equalize the match. So I suppose we go to Ukraine's match.
Yeah. Okay. Ivanchuk, what is he doing?
I don't see this match. All right,
Let's
let's see
go to
China,
Kramnik.
Russia.
Uh-huh.
Kramnik versus Lee.
Oh, this is the last position.
We left off very, very early in this point, and assuming black's in big trouble, but sorry. But for some reason we missed the idea rook a6 and rook b6 coming, and b3 pawn is falling.
Yeah.
So Kramnik went for d4, rook b6, and now queen c3. I was in the playing hall when this position was on the board. I was briefly considering this idea to sacrifice a queen. And I don't know if this just b4, and then e3, knight d4. White is not risking anything, but maybe that's not enough for a win. So Kramnik went for queen c3. Now knight b3 is the only move. Rook b3 is a blunder. Just simple move, queen c2, white's winning. Knight b3, rook b1, d takes, queen takes, knight a5, queen moves, takes, and b6. So okay, white didn't win a pawn. Black won back the pawn, but clearly white is better.
Yeah.
The bishop on g2 is powerful, weak pawns on b6 and c6. The pawn on a3 is hardly a weak one, you cannot attack it. White has a clear edge, and actually in Kramnik's style, you know, he can play slowly, e3, h4, moving the knight around, so very unpleasant position for Lee. Knight d2, e5, he wants to get rid of his weaknesses right away, d5. Takes. So one weakness is gone, but now the bishop is dominating. Queen d6, rook b5, knight c5, and bishop went back. Okay, probably Kramnik was considering moves like e4, but maybe he didn't want to close that diagonal for the bishop right now. Bishop f3, rook d8, knight goes back to f1, obviously going to e3 now, and then d5 if possible. Queen d4, so black sacrificed a pawn for activity. Yes. Quite a good decision in this sort of positions. Otherwise he can be suffocated. White improves and black has, no apparent good moves.
If the knight goes on e3, you know, it's
yeah, actually black still has two weaknesses, the pawn on b6 and the pawn on e5.
Yeah.
So queen d4, takes, rook b6, e4, and rook d1. Very active pieces. With some compensation for a pawn. h4, rook a1, rook b5, knight b3, and g4. Okay, white wants to win back the e4 pawn, I guess. If rook a3 would have been met with knight g3, right? But still black can play e3 here. Why didn't Lee take that? Maybe he thought the pawn is not going anywhere.
If you play e3, you can take on e3.
Well, yeah, but
now because you have to always protect one of the maybe rook a5, maybe. Rook a5 maybe.
No, knight d7.
Knight d7.
I'm gonna. Oh, but this knight on b3 is.
But now knight b7 maybe, rook b7 maybe. Again attacking, but then rook c.
No,
rook c. But yes, but I understand. But rook c7
takes.
You go back to e7.
I go back to e7. I'm safe. So maybe another reason. Maybe g5. Maybe that's the reason.
And then knight e3 and knight g4 maybe.
Yeah, maybe checkmating or maybe knight g3, knight e4, depending on what.
He doesn't have to take it immediately.
Yeah. So he played f5, takes, e3. This position very close to equal. Because the a3 pawn will be lost, and pawns on only one side and not so many of them, but still some practical problems. The pawn on f5 is now weak. Always there is a weak pawn.
Yes.
Bishop h3, king e5.
Now the king's position is going
king
to,
g2
to be a little bit
and
in
f4.
Danger. Why
is he not taking?
fire.
Why they are not doing this? Now knight is unpinned. Yeah, okay, this is not good. So king e5, king g2, and now f4. Getting rid of another weakness, exchanging more pawns. I think Lee is playing very well.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Look at the position of the king now.
Yes, it's quite unsafe.
Yes.
It's quite unsafe.
He is doing his best, but...
Rook a3, and now bishop g4.
Why bishop g4?
Actually, at this point, it was move number 40. Kramnik had decent amount of time to consider. Actually, my first thought was to go bishop e6 here, with the idea, if black takes, to take and try to exploit this king's problem. Knight d4 is the only move, and now maybe move like rook d5, forcing, let's
Rook
say,
d3.
rook maybe d3, and then maybe winning that pawn. And now knight d5, knight f6 is the threat, so this king is very unsafe here. Some winning chances for white, but maybe
Also, you can play rook g5 with the knight d5 mating.
oh, rook g5
idea.
knight, that's excellent. No, this just wins on the spot.
Yes.
This is winning on the spot. Yeah. So probably bishop e6 would have been met with takes, and now maybe king go here, and knight goes to f4, and then maybe to d3.
Yeah,
Very
this
active
is
pieces.
Very active pieces. Yeah.
So that's why probably Kramnik choose knight e3,
Yes.
rook takes, bishop g4.
He is planning to play bishop d1.
He's planning just black's
Bishop
pieces are
d1.
discoordinated, they cannot move. So
Yeah.
rook a5, very
Yeah,
good move, I think.
In order to get rid of
In
this,
this.
you know.
And now rook
to-
a7, and this is the position on the board.
And
Oh,
they
no,
play
it's
check,
not.
and then
Rook f8 check, rook f5 check, king
Hmm.
d4. Why not king d6?
probably
Knight c4, knight
is
c4
coming.
coming, yeah, so king d4. This is the position on the board. I think white's only chance is to win the h7 pawn, don't you think?
Well, I think he's gonna win this. Another check and then rook h5.
so
How do you
let's say
protect this?
check.
And then rook h5.
Rook
The
h5.
bishop f5 is threatening.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give it back. But
And this h pawn with the king on is c3.
okay, I'm gonna go knight d3.
You want to attack my
I want
f2 pawn.
it. No, I want knight f4. That's my first idea. Knight f4
you're
fork.
right.
And if you go with the king, let's say king g3,
Okay.
maybe rook a1 or rook a2 maybe. You also got a weakness, you know.
But I have a fork on d1. If
Hmm,
I take it.
oh, maybe I take with the knight, but it's a
First
little
I give a
awkward.
check and then I
Okay.
take.
So I'm gonna have to come up with something different. Oh, knight d4. I just prevent your bishop f5. I think this is a draw.
Wait a minute. It's not draw because I can go with the knight on d5 and then knight f6.
But now your king might be in trouble.
But I am attacking many pawns.
Oh, the e4 pawn.
e4 pawn.
Alright. Now with such a small amount of pawns on the board, I believe this should be a draw. But maybe technically it's not that easy. Yeah,
But
now I think black is
I
white
think
is.
he's going to win both of the pawns. You know?
Oh yeah.
Look at the position. If it's like this, the position,
Well, maybe that's the only chance to win both of the pawns.
it will be difficult for
Difficult
Lee
for.
to defend this position.
But I believe it should be. I don't believe it could be winning for white.
Ah,
No.
Ivanchuk made draw
Ivanchuk may draw.
against Mamedov.
Okay.
It was a very good position. How it became draw?
Time trouble, I guess. So we can leave it at that. White has good winning chances. At least practical chances are very good. So Grishchuk, so Karakin made a draw against Wang Yu.
Okay. So how's the situation? All the others are they
So
made draw?
Nepomniachtchi won.
Nepomniachtchi also draw.
Nepomniachtchi won.
He won the match.
It
Oh,
says
okay,
0-1, and
okay.
it's the final position
So
is
the
winning.
Nepomniachtchi won, and Kramnik has a good position.
Kramnik
So
has a good
Russia
position,
has
and
is
Grishchuk,
beating China.
Grishchuk is not risking anything. He can just
Mhm.
make a draw quickly if he wants to, but what is this? Has
Knight
knight
d4
d4
check.
really been played?
C takes d4. I don't understand.
Rook c2 and rook a1. It's
Oh.
brilliant if it works.
Interesting.
Okay, of course white has a draw, just any other move is a draw. But if white wants to win, that is Boo's idea. Rook a1 is coming. You
Maybe
cannot move the rook from
bishop
h1.
b3, rook c3,
c3, and I go back.
and then rook c2.
If it works tactically, that's a draw. He's pretty confident.
Can I leave
he's
this?
looking into another direction.
Who is looking at it?
Boo.
Ah.
He's just looking around. So probably he's quite
This
confident.
attack on the h file, actually, the rooks are, I don't know why he attacked on the h file.
What was his idea here? So, okay, the c5 pawn.
He wanted to get the c5.
So maybe he was expecting a move like this.
Yeah, rook a5, probably. I don't know
What's his idea of
what's his
doubling
idea?
those rooks?
Maybe now he has to go back again. Somewhere.
No, it should be just a draw. Not so many pawns
okay,
left, no
let's
weaknesses.
move on.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's all we got. So
Let's
Russia's
see-
winning.
Let's see Turkey's last board, if you want to.
Okay.
Barış, I mean not last board, but Barış on the third board.
So what is the tournament situation? Ipatov won on board number 1, so Turkey was leading.
Yes.
Then draw on board number 2.
Number 4 has lost.
Amin
Egypt has
Basen,
won.
Egypt won on
So
board.
the
so
situation is 1.5 and 1.5.
So for now it's a draw, and on board number 3, I guess.
Barış is playing against
Asen
Shocker.
Barish, 25-65,
He
is
is
playing
2
against
pawns
Shocker
up.
Sami.
Looks like winning. 2 pawns up
What do we have? White is 2 pawns up,
with the passed b5 pawn.
passed pawn, slightly unsafe king, but rook h1 could
But
always
how to
help.
break the position?
Yeah,
I don't think it's
should be winning.
should be winning, yes, with the precise play. Okay, let's move
Should
on
be winning.
to-
So Turkey
to
has
Germany,
decent chances
Netherlands.
to win. Germany,
Naidic.
the Netherlands. So board number 1, I think all of the games are in progress, right? No, Meyer Van Velle was a draw.
Yes.
Remember that position? Van Velle equalized quite
Yeah,
convincingly.
yeah. This is
Nothing
nothing
interesting
special.
was going on. Just exchanged many pieces, I guess.
Yeah.
Just exchanged everything. All right.
Okay.
Right. So this was rather Tivyakov Friedman also draw.
Draw.
So we got Giri versus Henkin. White is clearly better.
Yes, 1 pawn up.
One
and
pawn up.
The other one is
And black has only 4 minutes on the clock till the end of the game.
right.
I think Giri is gonna win it.
Win, yes. Let's move to the last one.
Giri is gonna win
last
it.
board.
And Naidic
Naidic
Lamy,
again.
wow, something.
This is
Incredible
interesting. This is
going on.
interesting.
Was it Berlin? Yes, it was Berlin defense. Started so quietly, didn't
Yeah.
it? Seems like a very close to a draw. But what happened next? Who was playing for a win? B4. Okay, normally you're not supposed to exchange pawns on the queen side, but he has a preset. He wants the c6 square, and he gets it. He gets the c6 square. So positional pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, interesting, very interesting.
Just he pushes for a win quite hard.
Mhm.
Rook d7, rook d3 takes. Knight's going to get rid of that knight. And I think white's in trouble. h6. White is in trouble.
Who is in trouble?
White is
White.
1 pawn down.
But
Black
maybe
managed
he
to-
has some ideas, some compensation, I don't know.
Knight
Which
d5.
compensation?
I would just push the pawns on the queen
Yes,
side if
you're right.
possible, but
Let's see.
knight d5, f5, and now c5, g5. No, white's in big trouble. I think white is losing. So g5, a4, g takes, knight d2. Knight transfer to c4, but it's not really very safe
Mhm.
place for the knight. I guess it's some kind of time trouble worth here.
Mhm.
Seems to be so, and this was move number 40 by Lamy.
H4 and then
h4 was played, rook g1, f takes e, why not f6? I guess the pawn on e5 would fall,
Mhm.
right? Otherwise
But
f6 would
after
be
f takes e6 probably.
rook e1, knight c4, knight g6, Rook d5. Pawn is not falling yet.
But
So what to do against king
E7,
king e7?
H5. Maybe.
Now maybe check. Check. Only move king f7.
Another
Check. And
but you can lose the H5 pawn. I think you push H5 first.
you mean here?
Yes, and then you can make all this. But no, maybe knight f8.
I think now white is safe. White can always do stuff like that.
Oh, he's collecting the pawns. Yeah, now white
So-
saved the game.
Probably. Wait a minute. Maybe
Not
now
really.
white is playing for a win.
White is playing for a win. You mean?
Maybe, I don't know.
I don't think
No, I don't. Oh, what about b5 here?
b5.
Knight e3, I guess.
Yes, knight e3. Because
No,
now
I think white
if
is still
you
in
play-
trouble. I can even do this. You take, I take.
No, but
you
this
take.
is not dangerous. No.
Oh, knight
Knight
f5 and
F5,
checkmate on back rank. Sorry, that was too optimistic.
Okay, it's
Yeah, complicated
very
position, but
complicated.
I guess
Let's
it would be
move
a
on.
draw.
Uh-huh.
I get white is very active in the center.
Okay, let's move on because the other games are progressing. We are
Okay.
approaching the end of the matches. So what else we didn't check? Let's check the Ukraine against Armenia. Did we check this?
No, but for some reason I cannot see it.
Yeah, Moisaenko has beaten Durarbeyli.
Where did you? I cannot find it on my computer.
Yeah, Moisaenko has beaten Durarbeyli. Actually, 1-0.
I don't know. For some reason I don't have this
Ivanchuk
broadcast.
has
So
made
please tell us what's going on
Ivanchuk
there.
has made draw against Mamedov.
Okay.
Moisaenko has beaten
Beaten.
Durarbeyli. Karobov made draw. And the other one, Gurseinov Arashenko. So Ukraine has won.
Ukraine minimally won.
Yes, 2.5 against 1.5. Ukraine has won the match. And they are the leaders now. After 3 wins in 3 rounds.
Okay.
Yes, they have won all the
Yeah,
matches.
Ukraine won all the
Yes.
matches. Congratulations.
So we have let's go to Russia back
Yes.
to Kramnik's game.
All right. So we've got rook d5 was checked. Then knight d1.
Knight d1.
Knight d1. Very
Knight
interesting
D1.
check. Why? Why knight d1?
Knight d1.
Why did he do it? Looks a little
Where
bit
to go?
illogical.
He's asking where are you going.
He went to b4 to avoid any checks.
So he just pushes the king a little further away,
Maybe.
and then he will go to h5,
Oh, he just protected the pawn on f2.
and then king.
And now
G3.
goes with the king.
Okay.
Makes
And
sense.
then he will play king rook h5, king f4,
King
bishop
f4, king g5, king h somewhere
yes,
there.
king somewhere, and then
But it still should be a draw. I don't believe that only with 2 pawns on the board, none of them is being lost in few, even 2,
yes,
maybe in
for
3
the
moves.
moment, yes, but the king's position. You look at the position. I don't believe it's.
Yeah, but
so-
it can very quickly go to f2 pawn if that white cannot win without that knight on d1. Okay, let's look at concrete variations.
I don't think we need to look at this.
I think this.
Let's wait
I think
for a
it
while.
should be a draw, but,
Yeah, but let's wait for a while. This,
practical problems.
and then we can check the other match.
Grishchuk Bu.
Grishuk
It was played. This is the
was still
position.
going on.
Rook c2.
Uh-huh.
Grishchuk is looking for a way to continue
C2.
playing,
Mm.
but
Grishuk.
okay, I found a way. Oh no, it
What did you
doesn't
find?
work. Oh, he played. So what happened?
He played
King G2, and he just played Rook A8. Can you believe it? He says it's a positional draw. He played just Rook A8. Why didn't he play Rook A1? Why didn't Boo play Rook A1?
and maybe there is this Rook G7 check.
And Bishop F4.
Bishop F4.
Bishop F4 takes, check,
yes.
and the pawn is falling on
Yes.
D4. So that is, so Boo just made a waiting move. Okay.
Yeah, he wants.
He
him to
waits
move.
the rook from H7
Yeah,
to move back.
Very clever.
So the bishop from C4 cannot do much.
Yeah.
So he just retreated. The rook from H1 cannot move. It has to
He
guard
cannot
both
make
rooks.
any progress.
And the moment the rook moves from H7,
Actually, the only way
Rook
to
A1.
make progress is maybe to push F4.
but the king is on G2. How?
Yeah, to play King G3.
If you play king G3, now the rook on H1. There is no bishop F4 anymore.
Ah, yes. This
And
is
not only bishop after
Or
rook
maybe
F1,
let's-
the rook is not protected on H1 if you sacrifice.
also,
That's
this
the
is
problem.
another problem.
So it would appear to be
Draw.
a positional draw. So Grishchuk took on G7,
Ah, he took on G7.
rook takes G7, king takes G7, and
What is this? F4, not possible. Maybe you'll play Bishop B3. What else? Ah, Rook D1. Is it possible Rook D1?
rook D1, rook A1.
But Rook A1. Rook F1 maybe.
And rook A1. Bishop,
Bishop
F4
F4.
again.
But he
But
can
rook
play
F1,
King
what's the
G8.
idea of rook F1?
He can play King
King
G8.
G8, so
I don't see any idea of Rook F1.
no, he definitely has got one. We just cannot see it yet.
I don't understand. He may even lose this if there is no plan.
No, he definitely has something.
Maybe he wants to play.
Rook E1.
You know what he's planning to
No.
play? I am thinking. He wants to play with two bishops against two rooks. You come with Rook A1,
Uh-huh.
Bishop F4. You take even if King on G8. I take on E5. And then I take on
No,
D4.
white can only lose there.
I take on D4.
No, that's white can.
Yes, probably you
just
will lose.
re-give.
What can you do?
No,
I don't
but-
see another one.
But no, he definitely has got another idea. 1 second. So for now, rook A1 doesn't work. But black wants to go back with the king and play rook A1. What can white do about it?
Who is thinking that? Bull?
No, but they played. There's something's being played. So rook A1, rook E1 was played, but what is white's next move? I don't
He
understand.
played Bishop B3.
Bishop B3,
He
rook
is repeating
C3.
the moves. So he will make draw.
He wanted to trick him to go rook A1, right?
Yeah. Before he makes draw, probably he tried.
He wanted to trick him into
Yeah,
this, but
I guess so.
actually even this is a draw.
Yeah.
But all right,
Well, this is his chances, some chances.
some chances. So
Sure.
black just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't think it's maybe not draw.
No, that's a draw.
Huh? Now it's draw.
Yeah, he
Bishop
would just go
C4
back.
and then
Bishop
again
C4
rook
the only
C2.
move. Rook C2 again. So yeah, it's just a draw. White cannot.
Then
make any
maybe he
progress.
just tried one little.
Maybe he
trick.
hoped for rook E1.
Yes. Well, let's see.
Actually, I've got another idea. White wants to go maybe king F1, rook D1, king E1, and bishop D2. But the moment rook comes to D1, there's always rook A1.
Yeah.
So maybe white could go for this, yeah, but black is still gonna just go back and forth. And now F4. Oh, maybe that's the way to go. With the rook on E1, let's give it a shot. Maybe white still has. So I'm gonna prepare F4. King G3, F4. You cannot play rook A1 because bishop D2. So so this is the position on the board.
Maybe this is the tactic.
So king G3.
Oh, this may be the
Just
idea.
black is waiting and white goes f4.
Yeah, this is actually.
Yeah, but
maybe-
now I go rook a1 and bishop d2. I can. I don't have rook a2, but I can do this, I guess. But at least these are the chances.
Yes,
Black's,
there is a chance of
white's
course.
gonna win the pawn on
So
d4.
maybe we missed this.
1 second. So
Rook
king,
e1 idea.
so rook e1 and king comes to g3 and f4. What can black do about it?
Actually, looks like a good idea. This.
Boo is thinking. No, I believe these sort of closed positions are drawn even with two bishops versus rook, but black needs to build up some fortress.
But this e5 pawn is weak.
Maybe come with the king to d6, but
But then there is f4 always. You cannot
Oh,
make
uh-huh.
a fortress. It's difficult to make a fortress.
okay, I've got a trick. I'm going rook b7, and my idea is
Play
to go rook
b2.
b1, and if you go bishop d2, I go rook b2. So, for example, if you go f4, I go rook b1, bishop d2, rook b2, and maybe I am at least a draw.
Yeah.
But maybe I can. So this is
Yeah.
at least a draw.
Yeah, this
So
is, this
rook
is the way.
b7, but you've got bishop a3 now, but there is a trick. Because you moved the king
yes.
to third rank. Maybe at the moment white plays king g3, black needs to go rook b7. What do you think about this? Just rook b7 now.
Why do I play king g3?
But how else are you gonna push f4? King on back rank? I don't think
king
you're-
f1?
King f1.
I cannot push f4 now.
No, but now I just wait, and if you go
F4.
f4, I attack. You do this, I take. Ah, you take with the king.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so king f1. I need to come up with a different idea. No, but now rook a1 wins. You
Why?
have no bishop f. Ah, bishop,
Bishop
d2.
d2.
Oh, come on, I forgot again. Sorry.
You forgot your idea, Mikhail.
Yeah. So maybe white still
It's a
has.
confusing position,
Maybe white still. What if black just waits? White goes f4.
especially after 5 hours of analysis.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, it's confusing.
Yes, it is indeed.
For how long they keep on playing? The games they started at 3 o'clock, so 4.5 hours. They
So,
keep on
no,
playing.
but I strongly believe this should be a draw. But is Grishchuk is thinking now. I guess he wants to go king g3, but then he realizes rook b7 works.
Mhm.
So maybe now he's gonna go king f1.
if he wants to win,
Maybe
king
he
F1.
would go king f1, and it's not obvious what to do against
Yeah.
this f4.
Looks like any chances
Chances,
for
yeah.
Grishchuk.
Maybe to play something
Who
like
didn't
rook
see this
a5.
idea, I guess.
Oh, it's very unorthodox. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe rook a5 and f4 takes and e5.
E5.
But now I got two weaknesses. Bishop g3. No, it's quite risky. f7, e5. The problem is I cannot
But
get
how
in.
to attack?
Maybe black needs to go to the second rank somehow. I don't know. I believe it's a draw, but after king f1, blacks might be in trouble. So what do we have in this match? One Gyu Karyakin draw. Nepomna she won, so Russia's in the lead. Kramnik,
What is he doing?
knight d1, king g3, knight c1, knight went back, rook g7, rook went back, knight transferred to d3, by the way, excellent outpost. Now rook g5 and rook a7.
He didn't exchange the rooks.
You mean black?
Black.
Yeah, because h7 pawn would be very vulnerable after that.
But now there is bishop f5 or maybe bishop.
No, well, actually now rook a2 might come at some point. I think Kramnik is trying, but that is a draw. That's my assessment of the position. Why don't we switch to some other match? What do you say?
Okay.
Was King G3 played?
Yes.
Okay, so
I don't think
maybe he's testing whether Bu will find Rook B7.
if he finds
He just can go back.
King G2.
Can go back and then go to F1,
Mhm.
if anything.
You're right.
Okay. So so Armenia USA, the central match of today.
Aronian.
So Aronian won against Nakamura. Kamsky is still playing against Movsisyan. Let's see where we left off. We left off after bishop c4, b5 was played, rook d3, rook e5, just as we predicted. Takes, rook takes, bishop f5. Take a look. Sounds
The same,
familiar,
yeah.
Not familiar, exactly the one that we considered. Just king g3.
Mhm.
Interesting.
What can
Why not rook c6? Why didn't he like rook c6? Maybe because of that a5 and a4.
Yeah.
So he decides, all right, I just have a positional compensation for a pawn. I just want with the king to come there. King g3, knight e6.
This knight e6 I didn't like.
And black, I told you black's in trouble in this endgame. White is not worse. Take a look. Only white is playing for a win now.
Yes, after rook takes e6.
This is what played. Rook.
But,
But
it will
this
be draw.
should
It
be a draw.
Yeah.
But
B4,
at some point
B4,
to activate the rook.
B4.
No, there is a check on third rank. I saw rook a6.
How about a4?
a4 and now just this.
Ah, okay.
That's a draw.
So this is a draw.
I think just b4. That would be a draw.
Yeah, this will be draw. So
Just a draw, yeah.
probably the other board is.
So the last chance for USA
Yeah, but the other
is
board,
to win this for black, which is
Akopyan, Onichuk. But Onichuk.
this is clearly a draw. Oh, and
This is ended in a draw.
ended in a draw. Akubyan didn't. So he couldn't. Akubyan couldn't find a way to make progress.
Yeah, he's
So
maybe
black-
he's afraid.
No, but indeed, what to
Of
do?
playing.
What to? How do? What you cannot take on e5. The knight would be excellent. If you go f5, black takes and knight f6,
You're right.
and white could be in trouble.
Yeah.
g4 just exchanges all the pawns. Bishop cannot get through, so it's just
Bishop b3. What do you play, for example, now?
I just don't do anything. Rook c7, go back and forth.
Bishop b3, rook 6-7.
I guess.
Bishop d5.
Okay, you want to trick me, yeah? Bishop b3. Let's say rook. So it was black to move. The pawn is hanging, so black goes back with the game.
Bishop b3.
Bishop b3. I guess this was okay. I go back.
Yes.
Bishop d5.
c5, I think.
Oh no, c5 would be a good, big improvement. So bishop b3 you play
Maybe
here.
not a big improvement because you will have knight b6.
Oh, but now I can
Why
just
are you
improve
afraid
my.
too much of c5?
Usually you're not
Knight
supposed to
b6
move
you
pawns.
can play knight b6 afterwards because
You mean
look at this, look,
what
bishop
do you do
D-
here?
King e7,
all right?
bishop d5, c5. Now what are you planning to do? Rook a3, c4, c4, and knight b6 afterwards.
What about the e5 pawn?
Yeah, but I give up knight. I can't play.
No,
Oh,
it's not good. King.
I cannot
So
count.
even if c5 works, if you've got a firm setup, black's not playing for a win,
You're
right?
right,
So
you're
you
right.
don't need to do anything.
so,
White
so
needs
my
to.
idea is okay.
So yeah. So but I guess black can just play some other move like rook c7, I guess. And if you go here, I can get rid of your bishop, right?
Wait a minute. But now bishop e8. How do you this? I cannot take on c6.
With rook,
I don't know. Yes, maybe with
because
rook.
with the bishop.
Yes, with rook.
Maybe with the bishop also works.
Yeah.
With the rook. But this is just a fortress, isn't it? It's not that clear. The pawns are fixed
Yeah.
where they don't belong. And now the g6
I
pawn
don't
is
think
hanging.
this is
Okay, so I
at
missed.
least
Yeah,
I
he
have
could
some
have.
chances. He could have played this. At least-
Maybe it was on the board at some point. Wasn't the no? The bishop
No,
was
they just
never.
made it all-
Bishop was never on b3.
I mean, this is not because they are also losing the match, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Bishop b3. He could have tried
They
it.
also made draw, I think.
Yeah.
Onichuk and Akopyan.
Yeah, that's a draw. So and now comes
Well,
key.
this is actually
Rook,
Kamsky.
rook e5.
Probably this will be draw. Yeah.
No, a4 just forces a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
A4. Yes. He is looking at the position.
So this is a draw, and Armenia is beating USA.
Yes, with 2.5 against.
With, yeah,
No, he plays something else. King F4.
King
King
F4.
H7. Rook E2.
Oh,
Uh,
that's a little bit surprising. You're not supposed to be passive in this sort of positions.
Look at the Grichuk position.
1 second. It's
Guide.
why
It's
why
very
not
interesting.
a4? I don't understand what's. He
He
played
missed
king.
probably A4.
He played this and this. Maybe this is
He
also
missed
a draw.
A4.
And just g5 next move. Maybe that's also
This
easy
is
draw.
also draw,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, okay. So Grishchuk's game, yeah. 1 second.
Grichuk played King H3. He found the idea King Rook B7, and Grichuk played King H3. I don't know why. And what's going on here?
So King H3. So Rook B1 is
King on
the-
G7 now. He cannot go to. He cannot go to B1.
no Rook B1 Bishop D2
Rook B1, Bishop D2.
takes Rook E2.
Bishop
And
A5. But
No, that bishop escapes, but I think
but the F2 pawn is hanging. Rook D1 maybe.
oh he
Rook
just left the
B1.
pawn hanging.
Yes.
Why is he doing that?
He wants to. He couldn't find your idea
No, but draw is good. They are winning the match.
for Grichuk.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, but he wants to win probably.
but isn't he stepping over the edge with this King H3?
Yeah, but I don't think.
What
there's
if
a-
I
there
take
is
the
a
pawn?
risk. A Bishop A3.
Bishop A3 now. Okay.
If there is no mate over there, then there is no risk. I don't think there is a mate because he cannot
Okay.
go. He cannot go to B2. He cannot go to A2.
So, but what if black just waits? What is his idea?
What is his idea? King G8. I don't know. F4. Is it F4 the idea?
Rook B1, Bishop D2.
Yeah.
Well, now I at least have this. That was my original idea.
Yeah. This is the problem.
This is at least a draw.
Yeah.
Maybe he's provoking Rook F2. I don't know, poker style, you know.
But why he didn't play our idea?
King F1.
Yeah, King F1,
I don't know.
and then play F4. He missed it, probably.
By the way, why didn't he play King G4 here? Instead of King G4 with now F4 is threatening.
This is another question.
Oh no, now Bishop A3 is threatening. Right? Bishop A and there is no Rook takes C4. Maybe that's what he wants to get. King H3. If black does a waiting move, now the king is not so well placed and he goes here. Maybe that's the trick. Or maybe he's just going back and forth, trying to annoy his opponent, you know, trying to get some chances.
Yeah,
So,
but he gives up the pawn. So what's going on here? Oh, it's interesting.
H5, H6, Rook G7,
H5,
excellent
H6.
idea.
Oh, this is really getting.
Rook A6, Rook H5.
Why Rook H5? He attacks
So
the
bishop
H-
comes to F5, Knight D5,
Uh-huh.
Knight D5.
Check.
Yes, I think King D2.
He wants to play king, Knight E7 and Knight F5 maybe.
No, knight e7, get rid of the rook, and
then
bishop
knight
f5.
f5,
Or
and then
bishop
rook
f5.
g5 and rook g7. After
Maybe.
he placed the knight on
So
f5.
let's assume king d2,
Knight e7
knight e7, rook,
somewhere.
let's say a6,
Knight f5.
knight f5.
But again rook g6.
Yeah, rook g. I thought bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Yes.
But now rook a7. Now maybe knight goes to f6 again. Yeah.
No, but there is also. Wait a minute. Can you go back? You can play knight rook f6. What do I play?
Takes.
Rook takes f2. Not possible.
Maybe check.
And check, or maybe
Check.
takes on f2
With the rook?
with the rook or with the.
No, but how are you gonna stop my pawn? This is fun.
Yeah, actually.
Actually, black is better here.
Black is better now with the
Yeah, but this is not a necessary variant, just like this. I don't know. Very funny position. Oh, and now rook h2. And now rook f2. Computer draw.
Oh.
I'm just kidding, not necessary moves for both sides. So knight d5, king d4 was played. I don't like this move. Knight e7, knight f5.
Because
king
now with the check it's
with
it's
the
coming.
checks is coming, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is he going to do this maybe?
He wants to go back.
And now on rook g5,
So how to make any progress?
maybe knight e6, maybe that's his idea.
Uh-huh.
So he badly wants to go back with the king. Wow, this game is very interesting.
Yeah, this game is interesting.
Let's quickly glance at other matches. So Ukraine won already, right?
Yeah. Ukraine won. Let's see Turkish third board. Turkey's third board. Barış Esen, what is he doing against Sami Şoker? He played rook a1. No, it's getting dangerous a bit for Barış, but
Egypt, Turkey.
Why he played like that?
All right, so we have a draw so far, and Esen Barış is playing for a win, trying to get a full point to his team.
Well, now Queen c1 is a threat.
It's not actually that easy to win.
Yes, Queen c1.
Black always, if black wins back that b6 pawn, that would always be close to a fortress.
Can I play b7? But what is the point?
Yeah, queen
Queen
c1,
c1, queen f2.
rook b. I wanna go queen h4.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a7 was played. b7 and rook a7. So Şoker rejected queen c1. Checkmate is threatening. Queen f2. And the problem is if rook b1, which would make sense,
Rook
takes,
c2.
takes.
Also, there is rook c2
Oh, rook c2.
and
Oh, rook c2 is winning.
Uh-huh.
Okay, right. Because I thought takes, takes and queen h4 is also winning.
Mm-hmm.
And on any check, king is hiding here.
Yeah.
So rook a7 was played. And now it's time to give checkmate on h8 somewhere. What do you say?
Yeah, but how? Rook f2 looks like rook f2.
King queen f2, you mean? Queen f2.
Wait.
yes.
No, he takes on b7. I don't think this is a good idea.
Just maybe what about queen c2?
Yes, queen c2. It's a good move. Queen c2 actually winning.
And I think it was played.
Yeah, it's
I
winning.
think it was played.
What to play again? Queen c8 check. It's winning. He played?
No, I think he played.
Oh,
It
okay,
says,
okay, so it's winning.
well, now the queen has to go back somewhere
Well,
there.
so
That's
queen f7 or
Queen
queen
F-
f8, but queen
no,
f8,
queen f7 check. So
queen c8 check.
so queen f8 probably, then now queen
Queen
c7.
c7.
So that's it.
It's all over. threatens
So-
mate on h7.
Yeah. And there are no stelly mates or anything.
Yeah, resignable. Actually, we can invite Barış here, maybe,
Okay.
to analyze the position for us.
So actually the games are getting to, or maybe Kramnik if he wins.
Mhm.
That would be very interesting to hear his thoughts.
Yes, I
So
know.
I'm afraid all of the games would finish very quickly now.
Yes, almost.
So Queen C2 white
maybe,
is winning.
Maybe Kramnik's game will be a little bit for a while going on.
Maybe.
Because it's difficult position in Kramnik's game.
Yeah.
Many moves, you know. It's
Actually, you know what is Shocker is running out of time. The problem is that the rook is being won with a check. If there was no check, assuming
it
Queen
can-
D2
it
would be
can
perpetual.
Yes, exactly.
But Queen B7 goes with the check. So I think he would
Play
just.
Queen G5, something like this. What?
No, you can see that from his face that he's lost. No,
Yes,
it's
he
just.
does.
So Barış is winning.
So the Turkey is.
Turkey gets his. Oh, that's it.
Yes,
they
it's-
shook hands.
it
That's
ends
it.
the match.
All over.
I think soon Barış will be with us to
Okay.
analyze his game. Meanwhile, we can check other boards and other matches.
Let's say Germany,
Germany
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Giri has beaten.
Giri won, as we predicted. He
Canting,
realized the
yes.
advantage. So Giri won.
Giri won.
Naidic Lamy still fighting. Let's, before getting into
Yes.
take a look at this is a draw. So Netherlands is 1 point ahead. So Naidic is supposed to be
needs
winning.
to win, yeah.
He needs to win.
Actually, he's getting better and better.
So black in
From
that
1
position.
pawn down to a 1 pawn up situation. Can you imagine?
Yeah, he's 1 pawn up.
He's 1 pawn up now, from 1 pawn down. But will it be enough?
No, this is just a draw.
Is it?
I don't know. Takes.
Check. Or maybe e3,
Knight G6.
knight g6.
Go knight
But
D5.
knight d5. isn't it?
Thanks. You can't make any progress. I'm gonna go back to e2 or just take on e7.
You're right.
In the worst
You're right.
case,
This
so-
is a draw.
So this is draw unless black wants to win, but I know black cannot win here
Yeah, this is
anymore.
a draw.
So this is a draw. So Netherlands is beating Germany, and Germany is no longer a leader of the tournament.
Yeah. It's actually.
So only Ukraine now is the sole leader.
Ukraine with 3
And
wins.
Armenia also only one
Armenia,
draw
one
against
draw
Russia
and 2 wins.
2 wins.
Yeah. On the second position. And what about Ukraine? What
Ukraine
is the
won.
result?
Won,
today?
2.5.
Ukraine
Yeah,
won,
we-
yes, sorry.
So all the draws and
all the
Moise and
draws
Kubita.
And only
So we got only China versus Russia playing.
China versus Russia.
Is
the
that
others
correct?
are finished.
The other source. So can you sum up who? So Ukraine won against.
Ukraine won 2.5 against
uh,
1.5. USA.
Yes. No, not USA.
Sorry, Ukraine won against
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan, minimum advantage.
Yeah.
So Armenia,
won
Armenia
against-
won against USA.
Armenia won.
Minimally also. Armenian won on the
Yes.
first board. Turkey won versus Egypt,
Yeah.
minimally, so 3 wins.
Yes.
And 2 more matches are no. China, Russia is in progress.
China Russia. Germany lost to Netherlands.
Germany lost to Netherlands, so only
So,
China versus
China
Russia.
versus Russia. Grichuk is
Grishuk is already a draw.
Grichuk made draw.
He tried King H3, but Black just made a waiting move and offered a draw. Just Rook B6 was played, offer a draw, and White cannot make any progress.
Actually, he could make some progress, which we
With
checked it with our idea.
with King G2. And the Rook is okay. Now Bishop A3 is threatening. By the way, what to do on King G2?
I don't understand this. Are we missing something?
Oh yes, we are. Now Rook B1 and Rook B2, and suddenly White is in trouble. So King G2 was actually no longer possible because of Rook B1 and Rook B2. So
how do you make draw?
you cannot get to f1 anymore because
Why?
because of this and this.
Uh-huh.
So maybe Grishuk could have, as we said, king f1 could have been an opportunity, but I don't think that this is.
Oh, at that point he had the chance to
He
play.
had a chance. He chosen king
Ah.
g3. Maybe we were missing something. I'm pretty sure that should be a draw, but maybe it was a chance to next move to go f4. What do you think? King f1, black makes a waiting move, and white goes f4.
I think he missed this.
Let's say rook e1, bishop d2. Yeah,
He
if
missed it.
takes it,
He
king
missed
takes. Takes. Some chances, right?
Yes, of course.
Maybe not even some, maybe good, decent chances. So maybe rook a5 here, and if f4, then takes and e5. But that's an improvement compared to. So anyway, Grishuk made a draw. Nepomniachtchi won on board number 4, but I believe he was in trouble at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But he used his opponent's time trouble
Yeah.
very convincingly. And now Kramnik is trying to beat Lee.
He won this pawn.
So let's take a look. We dropped here, rook f6. This is the last game, isn't it?
Yes,
Of
this is the last
of-
game. We have to concentrate on this game. Also,
So-
the interesting game.
So bishop f5. That is what we considered. Knight e5 was played. Bishop takes h7, check, king g2, and another knight is coming.
Threatening fork on f4.
Mm-hmm. What should white do?
And also he's threatening to take on f2.
Yeah. Vladimir played. He moved the rook somewhere. Where did he move the rook? Rook h4 maybe? Is that an option? Rook h4 here? What do you
Actually,
think?
he's forcing too much. Interesting. Rook h4 probably.
Rook f5 was played.
And rook f5.
Makes sense.
Ah, yes, of course. He is protecting now f2.
But isn't that
What?
pawn being lost on h6 now? No, knight f4 was played. Why not knight g4? Not clear.
Not g4. I don't know why he didn't play.
Maybe knight g8. Still in the game.
Okay, let's see the.
But I think at some point white black would
Yes,
exchange
let's see
the.
the game.
So the game went on with knight f4 check,
Check.
as far as I'm concerned. Knight f4 check. Knight f4 check was played. Yes, knight f4, and Vladimir is thinking.
Where to go? It's difficult to find a good place. Also, they are in time trouble, you know.
No, Vladimir
They are
is in
playing
time
very
trouble.
fast.
Lee has 10 minutes on the clock.
No, he doesn't have 10 minutes. I think 1 minute. 10 minutes?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
it says 10 minutes. I think Vladimir took on f4 and played knight f5 check.
Wow, what is this? Surprising move.
But why? Or maybe bishop f5. No. No, knight, there is no knight on knight f5. This is the position on the board.
Are you sure?
Maybe he's forcing a draw. Yes, I'm sure. It's just, for example, I just go anywhere. What is his idea?
I don't understand why he's playing like this.
Maybe he's just forcing a draw, you know. Just a draw. Maybe he was already here in having some problems with the king. Is that possible?
Is there a mating?
I don't know. For
Mating?
example, king G.
Net here?
Oh, if the knight comes to f3, that could be a mate actually. But how? Oh, he didn't like maybe knight g4 now. Take a look. h6 pawn is hanging. Rook f2 is threatening. White's king
Yes,
is in
everything-
trouble.
Yes, also there is a mating threat also on the board.
Yeah, so I think he just decided to keep it safe.
But
Don't you
it's not,
think?
is it safe? Are you sure?
No, he didn't play knight f5 because... Oh, maybe he played knight f5. I cannot see it from here. This is the position on the board, but Vladimir made a move. Made a move now. I think he just played knight f5 with a draw.
What about bishop g8? He cannot play bishop g8?
No, there is no knight on e7, so he definitely moved the knight. But here...
I don't know why he didn't play bishop g8.
But you cannot promote that pawn. My knight on e5
yes.
controls everything.
But knight f5?
Oh, sorry. It was a blunder. Alright, I just move my king anywhere. And if you go h7, I do this. But maybe there's even... maybe there's a better solution, like knight g4, h7, check, rook h2. You take my knight, and I maybe force a draw with e3.
Yes.
Or maybe not even a draw, how I used
No, it's draw.
knight
Check and
f5,
take
yeah,
one.
yeah, but now you have to make a draw.
But it will be, with the pawn on h7, it will be easier, no? To make draw this.
King d3 was played. I guess knight f5 check was played here. King d3 was played, and knight g3. That is the position on the board right now. This is just a draw. I don't... How can you win it? No, it's just a draw. Rook h4.
You're right.
That is just a draw. So Vladimir decided, actually good practical decision. With 1 minute on the clock, you don't want knight.
Also, he doesn't want to risk the match.
Yeah, yeah.
I know, but it's already, they already won, yes?
Yeah, they
already-
won 1 point ahead. So if he loses, they
1
don't-
point only.
Yeah.
they had.
So actually, it's quite a decent decision.
Yeah.
Actually. King g1, knight g4, and actually, how are you gonna do a draw? I'm gonna play rook f2 now,
Yeah,
and
you're
soon
right.
h6 hanging.
You're right.
So just he kept it safe. So now this is the
Actually,
position
you
on
were
the
right.
board.
It was difficult to win this.
Yeah.
You told me that it's draw, but I thought Kramnik will somehow manage
No,
to
he
to
tried. He
find the
tried.
win.
He won the h7 pawn, but Lee was defending very well.
But
I
he
think.
couldn't find. Yeah, of course. But with time travel also, it's difficult to find the right moves.
Yeah.
So many
Actually,
complications, so many
knights
moves.
are in time trouble. The knight is the most dangerous piece. You can easily
Jump
miss
from
some.
one-
You can
yeah.
easily miss some fork or
Exactly.
anything. So and black had 2 knights jumping around.
Exactly. You have to calculate a lot.
Yeah.
So many possibilities. I mean, towards the end.
So yeah, that's just.
they may draw, I think.
So yeah, that is the position
Yeah,
on the board now. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight takes. It's
So a draw.
It's draw.
Vladimir is disappointed. You can see it
Yeah,
in his
he was
eyes.
disappointed.
Indeed, he had decent advantage. But
He says I couldn't see probably how to win this.
Anyway, Russia won the match, so we have no draws tonight, right?
We have no draws,
No draws,
only wins.
only wins. So now Ukraine has 3 wins. Armenia has 1 draw and 2 wins. Second best team now.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I don't think so. I think
There are then the rest.
Only
was
one-
two wins.
in the first round was only 1.
Germany 2 wins.
Germany 2 wins, 1 loss.
Azerbaijan.
2 wins, 1 loss
Yes.
today. And yeah,
Germany
that's
and
it.
Azerbaijan are 3 and 4 position.
Yeah. And USA today lost, so
USA
Yeah,
also.
lost.
Yes, 1.
to Armenia, lost to Armenia.
Yes, to Armenia lost and the first port.
What about
and
Netherlands? Oh, they also lost 1 match. So
Yeah.
yeah, Ukraine clear first, and next is Armenia. So the key match probably for the winner would be Armenia-Ukraine. What do you think
For the
about
moment,
this?
it seems
For the
like,
moment,
it seems
yeah.
like yes.
Also,
Of course,
Ukraine-Russia
there are
has
many strong matches to play for this.
Actually, I think Armenia is a favorite now because they already drew with Russia, and
Yeah,
Ukraine
they
hasn't
all the
played.
strong teams.
They just beat USA. So if Armenia beats Ukraine, I think there's nothing stopping them.
But it's not so easy to beat anyone in this
Oh, yes.
tournament, you know.
Yeah.
There are so many surprising results. Russia was clear favorite against USA, but they have beaten 3-1.
Yeah. Maybe not a clear favorite, but Russia is
At
always
least
favorite. Yeah.
At least
yeah.
favorite. Yes.
So unless
Maybe
so
unless we don't
we have any guests,
we were expecting Kramnik to come. If he doesn't show up, maybe we'll just end this
Sum up
broadcast.
and-
Now we are waiting for him. If he comes, we will continue our broadcast with Kramnik and Lee analysis. Maybe they will come and analyze their game, but I don't know will they come or not.
so maybe we take a short break, and if
Let's take a short break.
if somebody come, we will renew the live broadcast.
Yeah, okay.
If not, so we take a short break now
Yeah,
for
okay,
about
let's take a
5
short
10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe then we'll come and analyze the game together with Kramnik and Lee, or if they don't come, we'll just finish today's broadcast.
Okay.
And
So probably a short break. We'll see you
okay,
soon.
see you in 5 minutes.
So we are back for a few more minutes. Unfortunately, all the players left the playing hall. We were not able to invite anyone for the analysis. So we would just quickly sum up today's matches and say about pairs for tomorrow, and we would finish with that. So today, Turkey-Egypt. Turkey won minimally. No, not minimally. Ipatov won on first board, and Esen Barish won on third board.
But we have also
one loss on board
So
number 4. 2.5 to 1.5. Actually, all the matches ended 2.5, 1.5.
There are 5 wins, all of them 2.5 against 1.5.
So Turkey beat Egypt, Netherlands beat Germany, Ukraine beat Azerbaijan, Russia beat China, and Armenia beat United States.
We have a 1 leader today.
One leader, Ukraine won all the matches, and second, 1 point behind, 1 draw behind.
Your country is leading.
Yes, I know.
You must be happy.
But the Armenia is very close behind, and they haven't played each other yet. So
You are afraid.
I'm worried, not afraid.
Okay, I'm joking.
Okay, so that is about today. And why don't you, John, tell us about tomorrow? Which
Okay, let's see tomorrow's pairings. Tomorrow, Egypt is playing against USA, China against Armenia, Azerbaijan against Russia, Germany against Ukraine, and Turkey against Netherlands. So that's it for today.
and we'll see you tomorrow,
See you
same
tomorrow
time.
at the same time, 3 o'clock
3 o'clock.
Turkish time. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye bye.